Somnium's willpower, then?
Yep. Looking for negatives. That's a strong
How's
roll.
that? Yeah!
That's a great roll. Alright,
Envision.
you actually kind of find all of their dreams kind of like little beacons of light, little fireflies kind of floating around an open room.
I'll put one in my mouth.
Just gonna put it in your mouth? Alright.
Yeah.
I
haven't done that this game, have I? Man, it's been a long
Nope.
time. I have to put something in my mouth.
Num 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 num. It starts to buzz and bang around the inside of your mouth, screaming in terror.
Excellent. I'm gonna start just popping these things into my mouth and chewing them like bubblegum, like spicy bubblegum.
Alright, eventually you get like a chipmunk with your cheeks bulging out and just all these fireflies trying to escape. And they're all buzzing and panic and just the whole camp, all of the gnolls are running around. You know, they're still asleep, but they're kind of suffering night terrors.
Excellent. Just what I.
Several are sleepwalking, but running around flailing.
Yeah, that's fun. I'll spit them all out and go find this guy.
Which one?
This guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
He is a very big wasp.
Yuck.
And he's just kind of floating around. And you've already been in his dream, so you don't need to find him again. You tormented him last time by turning his great conquest of success and, you know, domination into a zombie horror dream.
Oh.
If you remember that.
I don't. Well, I do now that you've mentioned. I didn't remember.
Yeah, because he was dreaming that he had defeated all the humans and all of the other monstrate competition in the area, and he was the king of this part of the desert. And then he's triumphantly standing over his last battle, and then you're like, well, all the bodies get up. And you're like, oh,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is not the way I imagined it. Yeah, he's having a hard time. He is still on a repeating zombie dream because you have not let him free of it.
Nice.
Are you gonna let the dream devolve naturally, or are you gonna seize control of it? Because you can control how that nightmare unfolds, but if you let the terrors, just play out, they kind of warp and twist.
I think I'll watch it and see what it does.
Okay.
Zombies are pretty good. I like zombies.
Yeah. A lot of them turn into zombies, but there are several that turn into like goop, like spooky ghost specters that whoosh around the room and scream and wail. There are several who they don't attack as a zombie would, but they just kind of crook their hand out menacingly, kind of whispering, like gurgling something under their breath. And he's like, are they cursing me? They must be trying to cast a curse on me because I killed them. And it's a lot of superstitious stuff.
Excellent.
And he's looking around for his wards against evil spirits, and he can't find it. And it's just this panic run. He's flipping, stuff in the tents, trying to find his wards against evil, but he can't find them. And there's zombies all pushing in, and he's flailing around and trying to fight them off.
I know, this dream seems to be going pretty well.
You're like, oh, good. All
right. Maybe I'll go find the shaman now. I'm a little concerned about him. I think he'd probably got
dream powers.
Turtle. Yeah. I'm gonna flip it on its back.
When you come in and touch it close,
Oh.
there is a shamanic rune barrier, and touching it as a dream creature or a spirit really fucking hurts.
It,
And that turtle just kind of looks over at you and bites the dream grass. Ow, ow, ow. And he slowly eats it in front of you as he stares you down. Like, what are you gonna do? I'm a turtle. That really hurt though. Your fingers are still smoking.
yeah, yeah, I don't know what to do about shaman barriers.
Hmm. Yeah, you might have to figure something out here. Anything off the top of your head you want to try?
Oh,
No?
no.
Is that there?
Yes, maybe I could try and blow it over.
Okay. Go and roll me your willpower. How many wings did you name?
I named uh
Because you each pair had a thing that you did.
well, yeah, and then each single one had a separate thing.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean you can't shake all your wings at them.
It's
And I
14, I'm fairly sure.
Yep. 7 pairs of 2.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Show me what you got.
What am I rolling?
Well, your casting stat to roll it, and then you got to tell me which wings you are using.
Oh, okay. I can't. Yeah, I'd like to flap all of my wings then.
Okay. Go and roll me your willpower.
Yeah.
Bigger negative, the better. Because
Oof.
you flap your wings really hard, and the turtle goes screech across the floor,
Oh,
and it
well,
doesn't flip.
pretty good for an 8, I guess.
Yeah. You flap it. It didn't seem to damage or harm or even fracture the little shell, the the, the runic barrier. But it is kind of like a little squeeing noise across the floor as it's skidded. It's rather cartoonic or cartoony. Want to try again?
I want to try using my stressed and tired wing.
Okay.
I can that.
Okay.
Stressed and yeah, that's better.
It's a lot better roll. For this guy's, no, it just doesn't really budget. Still eating that spiritual grass that always seems to have one extra stalk of grass for it to eat.
Can I move the grass to on top of it?
It's inside the barrier.
I don't really know what to do. I will try one more with all my wings and then go find something else to torment, I think.
A whoosh. Yeah, he skids even farther. You can move him around, but it doesn't seem to be going through the barrier.
Can I create a dream cliff for him to fall off of?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How big? How tall the cliff?
Um, I want to make a cliff into the center of the world.
Okay. And you want to push him into it?
Yeah.
All right, roll that willpower.
Ha!
Yeah.
Nice. Great
The world
success.
plummets, and you push him in with an unwavering gale, and it goes and then falls off. And then a moment later, the little turtle has these little comical, cartoony wings, and he's just flying up.
That bastard.
I
think that was my first crit in like 6 months.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed.
And then a big hand comes out and goes.
Oh, good.
Crushes the turtle.
Thank you, big hand.
From the abyss that you just made.
Sweet. I love it.
And then the other hand comes out, and it's a huge hand. We're talking like desolator sized. And that arm comes over, and the fingers, the claws, dig into the flat terrain. Something's gonna crawl out of this hole.
I'm gonna get out of the way.
All right. It's rather interesting because the one arm that killed the turtle, crushed it. When it opens its hand, nothing's there, and that one slams its hand down, digs its fingers into the plane, and those are both left hands. And then another arm comes up.
Oh.
And another one. And you're like, oh, that's a lot of hands.
Yeah.
And then you hear behind you, you! Dream creature! What are you doing? Stop this right now! Dream police!
Oh.
Stop right now, Colonel Stump.
Section
no.
14, subsection B-4 of the Dream Code dictates that you are not allowed, and no one is allowed, to summon eldritch entities into our dream realm. Big no. Don't you know the code? Another hand. And a bunch of portals will open up. Very sci-fi like. And a bunch of soldiers with these billowing cloaks that kind of almost mask kind of who they are underneath. They kind of run out and they start setting up equipment. And one big guy comes over and he immediately takes a big Happy Gilmore like golf swing with his hammer and hits one of the fingers, and the thing just smashes the finger. And that smashed finger then splits into like 8 other fingers that dig it back in. He's like, we've got a Class A.
The turtle did it.
I don't see any turtles.
He got squished.
Non-binary. We highly doubt that a turtle, or anything that would pose as a turtle, which means it doesn't have enough dream energy or dream permanence to be able to summon a Class A Eldritch dream entity.
Maybe he was just being lazy.
Unlikely. Mental manifestations are a direct representation of who you are. And the guy kind of looks you up and down with his, his little goggles. You would actually be the culprit in this particular situation based off of your manifestation of, well...
I just thought I looked pretty.
Unfortunately, non-binary dream entity, it seems that I'm going to have to read your rights. You're under arrest.
Someone's going to the cocoon.
And he kind of reaches into his breast pocket and he pulls out a little card.
Okay.
You do not have a right to remain silent. You are to answer any and all questions of the arresting officer and his superior officers. You are not to resist arrest in any means, or we will use lethal force. You are guilty until proven innocent.
I'm gonna attempt to fly into my cocoon, I suppose.
Unfortunately, they have set up a containment field to keep this thing in, and anyone here is also contained inside. Anyone on the outside is contained outside.
This is really rude.
Yep.
But I got the turtle.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have bail money for me?
I think you're
And he will pull
I'm
out
scared for you.
some manacles.
I'm concerned as well.
I need you to put these on, please. Hold out your hands. Remember, do not resist.
I don't know what else to do, John.
And
Run.
the 111th massive arm comes out and slams and digs its fingers into the cliffside.
111th. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Would you go causing mayhem on your first day?
This is not what I expected on my first day, but it is my first crit in 6 months. At least something exciting happened.
Run from the popos.
They have a.
They gotta contain you. They've already got me contained. I did not do enough training for this. Well, maybe I did. I put a lot of time into my cocoon, but it's not here right now. Can I call a friend? Can I call somebody?
You can only have your allotted phone call once you have been properly processed. Hold out your arms, dream creature.
I guess I do that thing.
All right. Click click as I put the manacles on. All right, if you'd please follow me. Your compliance has been noted and has been updated to your record. This will look good on the processing hearing. Thank you for your cooperation. As they kind of walk you in. They walk you into one of the portals, and you're. Have you seen Loki? The TV series?
Oh,
Timeless.
yeah, yep.
Yeah, you basically walk into just a giant bureau, and they put you in line with a bunch of other dream creatures. But your arresting officer is still at your side. It's like this is an everyday thing. And the line is thousands of people long.
Oh.
Hmm.
What's the room look like? Does it look very magical, very
No, it looks super
restrictive?
mundane. It is a beige-walled DMV with lines that go serpentine back and forth with just those little divider rails. Just something basically and very simple. There is a corkboard ceiling with kind of the support struts and the halogen phosphorescent lights that come down. It's well lit. Everything's clean. There's a potted plant in the corner. Definitely fake, though.
Definitely.
Probably plastic. There are plaques on the walls. Specifically, big old, like, your compliance will be noted. Compliance will be your friend. It's like, violence is bad. Keep your hands to yourself.
And how am I feeling in these cuffs? Are they like yuck?
They just, they feel mundane. A little heavy, but, I mean, you could probably break them off, no problem. Wouldn't be a problem.
This is highly sus.
Very sus. And he's kind of filling out a form. So, shall we go over your form?
I've never had a form before.
Very important. So, we're going to be filling out your basically your ID form. because we don't know who you are, and you have a very distinct and very almost more than semi-permanent. I'd say a Class C, very strong Class C. Yes. You kind of scribble something down. What do you go by, non-binary dream creature?
Are you the Fae?
No, I'm the police. Dream police. Name's Huey. Pleasure to meet
Seems like something the Fae would say. Huey?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, you're in the dream. The Fae, they do a little bit of dream stuff, but they don't police the dream. They play with it, which is something they're not allowed to do. As you kind of look over, and there's like a pixie with manacles as well, talking to an officer like a couple dozen people down the line. She's bitching him out, like, "Do you know who I am? My parents will bury you and your family. You'll be wishing you were dead by the time we're done with you. Do you even know what you've done?" He's like, you're he's kind of writing it down. "There's no need for such words." He's like, yeah, the Fae are very prideful people. Yeah, we get a lot of their kind down here.
Ah.
In
So,
fact, it's kind of a statistic now. It's very worrisome.
oh. Huey, you've never been here before. How does this
Well-
typically go down?
Well, once we fill out your form and we have all the proper paperwork and we've had a little discussion, the line will move actually pretty quickly after that. It seems the line only seems to move for those who are ready to be processed. So you'll be in line forever with me until we get all this paperwork filled out. I know it's not very fun, but it's best not to waste our prosecutor's time. But your compliance has been noted, and it will look very well on you during the hearing. What do you want to go by? What is your dream moniker?
It's insomnia.
Okay. Oh, very clever. I like that one. That's a really cool name, actually.
I imagine it's popular.
Oh no.
No?
There's a lot of punny names, but you know what? That's very thematic. I like that name. Insomnia. Okay. Is it spelled like this correctly? He has it right.
Yes.
Okay, good. You can start filling out the form, and it's a bunch of it's basically your dream ID form for them. Like, do you have any sanctuaries? What sector of the dream is it located in? What does it look like? They don't ask any secrets about it. Just kind of like, where's your neck of the neighborhood? What part of the project are you part of?
Yeah, I had no idea that my cocoon was
Anchored?
anchored, yeah. So,
No, you got one.
is it back at the
Where you left it.
back where I left it? Can I move it?
Yeah, takes a bit of effort, but you got to be like, like Professor X, Xavier, kind of move it along with your mind.
Oh, I was imagining Captain Jack with the ship, dragging it along with a rope.
Not if you build a power for it to be really easy to move, then yeah. But
Yeah,
anchoring means anchor.
Permanence. Freedom, for example.
Okay. Well, I'll tell him where it is.
Okay. Oh, you know what? You're quite a good little home builder. We saw that on our on one of our patrols recently. Actually the patrol officer told the investigator team that came by to keep a white berth. You're pretty serious. You are a very good home builder.
It's my abode.
Yes. Very well and structurally sound. You got some good defenses on it too. No one's allowed to go near it. Too dangerous.
Yes. That's how I like it.
Anything you want to divulge about yourself?
Not really.
It'll help with your hearing.
I'm new here.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. Okay, I'm gonna write it down. So Insomnia, what do you do? What is it that you do? You know.
Like here in the dream?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I
What's your
do a
thing?
lot of reading. And I've done a
Reading.
little bit of scaring.
He does the like kind of like a very approval and when you said scaring, I was like nah. We have very strict ruling about scaring because if you do too much of it, you could become a nightmare. How much is a little bit?
Like, I don't know. 20 people so far?
People? Or are we talking like other dream entities? Because people means, like actual people, like us people. But we haven't had any scare reports from someone of your description against the place.
You're not a dream entity.
Oh no, I'm a person.
You're a person. How does that work?
It just does. We live here.
Were you born here? Is there like a daycare?
No, I don't think so. It's just been such a long time. We don't really have any kids. We just are. Or we aren't. That's just how it is. It's always been that way.
I thought people generally had lifespans and things.
I mean, that's kind of the fleetingness of our home, isn't it? Things come and go. It's not really a lifespan. It's just you're either here or you're not. And
So
sometimes you're back. Sometimes
you
you're
die, but you don't go through the death process.
Well, there's not really death here.
We're gonna have to not do the Endred voice for this extended conversation.
That's fine. Yeah, it's a little complicated. I understand that. But as long as you don't look really hard at it, it's all good.
Okay, well, I haven't scared anybody who looks like you.
Oh, wonderful. Just remember, scaring is not caring. And we do want to care about others.
Caring, got it.
Okay, caring. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Would you feel remorseful of scaring other dreams? Do you feel remorseful a little bit?
Yes.
I'll have you roll me a deceive, please. Because you are none of that. But you know that's a danger question.
Okay.
Don't worry, you get an extra minus 20 for having it.
Do I?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
You just need to roll. Just roll from the character sheet.
I think it's a plus 20. Alright, so you'll pass even with the extra plus 20 on the negative.
Okay.
He's like, yeah. Sometimes when we take new form for the first time, it just doesn't, it's really hard to control yourself, but your compliance has been noted. It shows that you are a very mature individual. And resentment, it's so refreshing to hear that someone even is remorseful for, the things that, that was not caring for others. That's, oh man, I think this hearing will go very well in your favor. And he just fills out the form with you. You answer a bunch of questions, and he kind of snaps it closed. And then you hear something print. And he pulls something out and hands it to you. Here's your ID, Insomnium. Don't lose it.
I take it, I guess.
Oh, and here's your ticket in line. Definitely don't lose this one.
I take that too.
Okay.
What is my ticket number?
10,465.
That's a lot.
And then the number shifts. Now you're down to 9,000. And the number shifts down to 7,000.
Okay, so it's going pretty quick.
Yeah.
I like that.
And eventually, many, many seconds later, it's like you find yourself, the whole world shifts and you're at the front of the line, like, whoa. And there's a very tired looking person at the booth. ID and ticket, please.
I present those.
You see a guy next to you. I had my ticket. I was literally handing my ticket. No ticket. And they get disintegrated.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Don't lose your ticket. If you don't focus on your ticket, it'll disappear on you.
Oh.
Fae are very particular. They like to see people suffer. They're doesn't look well on their hearings that they steal their people's tickets.
Not caring.
Not caring. You know, I have a present for you. This'll help. And he pulls out a little sticker and he puts it on you that says "I care." Best of luck to you, Insomnium.
Indrid dies a little more inside.
Yeah, and then you're led into a big palatial room of heavy stone and menacing architecture. And there's a single stone chair in the middle with a spotlight that comes down, and shrouded up on a high balcony is the prosecutor's chair. And you're led by two heavy guards to the chair and the spotlight. And then the door closes. Spotlight partially intensifies, blinding you. And you hear from the seat, "Inmate Insomnium, you have been caught doing naughty shit. How do you plead?"
Wait, do I get any legal representation?
"I am condemning you to life of freedom."
What about my phone call?
"No phone call. I revoke that."
Life of freedom.
"Yeah. Yep. In fact, you are also sentenced to a lifetime of doing whatever the hell you want."
So, go?
"Yeah. Seriously? You don't recognize me?" And you hear a thunk, thunk, thunk as a severed head rolls down the thing, and Somni pops out.
Oh.
With Carpenter behind her. "Dude, you got arrested? Come on, man. You can't get
Was-
arrested by these guys. They never give you a fair trial."
I was checking out their defenses.
"Oh, dude, don't. Checking out their defenses means the defenses are working on you. It's kind of one of those inverse things. This is my nemesis, man. They got your ID? Oh, we're gonna have to break into the archives and make sure they don't have that." Crap.
Glad you're here now.
Well, anyways, here's a bomb. Go put it over there by that door.
I will put the bomb over by the door.
Okay. So what you do is you pull the thing, and then you don't count at all, and you run away.
Right up my alley.
Actually, now that I think about it, you should probably throw it. Is it the throw bomb or the plant bomb and runaway bomb? Hartman is like, "You're the one who built it."
I feel like by this point I have planted the bomb and I'm running away.
Yep, and the thing explodes, the doors go inwards, and it creates a collapsed dream vortex. And Somni's like, "Okay, my bomb's set." And you guys get sucked into the vortex and jettisoned back into the dream proper. And you see this big old mushroom cloud go up. That'll deal with that, Bureau. Bye!
You will have to show me these bombs sometime.
Oh, no. Those are mine. Those are mine.
Oh,
Oh wait, I think I killed all of those poor dreamers in there too.
ah,
Oops. But at least I got my friendo out. actually was I'll have to thank you for that one. You caused quite a distraction.
did I?
Oh yeah, the class A that came through. Oof, big scary thing. So they had to send all of their main, heavy hitters and problem solvers to deal with that. So I snuck into the local bureau, and well, it's gone now. It'll take them half a tick of a dream to put it back together.
Is
By
that a
that
long
time to do
time?
some mayhem. I don't
Oh,
fucking know. I just made that up.
let's go mayhem. Can we mayhem together?
You have no idea how long I've been waiting for an accomplice to say just that.
Yes.
We gotta go pick up Yamana. He would so be angry with me if he wasn't there for the mayhem. Or was it to babysit me? I forget.
Let's go
Back to the
quick
sanctuary.
then.
Alright, you guys will be headed back to Zomni Sanctuary to pick up the other troublemaker before you guys go on a mayhem spree. Okay, so I'll be back to the others.
That was cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Alright, you guys were all flying on Phil's back, or Philippe's back.
Yeah.
Just hanging out. Grimald, you're just kind of, leisurely lying there in the sun, getting some Z's, watching your two busybodies talk about murder and death, and then you hear a puff of flames and the smell of sulfur, and when you kind of look over, there's this little imp, and he's like, "Name's Oklebug. How you doing?"
I don't say anything. I just raise my eyebrow at him.
"Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my employer. He's gonna pay me to kill a bunch of people."
What do you
Right,
mean?
Bob?
Yes.
All right. And then they start going into a long discussion about how to kill all of the humans down there.
The end of me giving him a bomb.
Yep. I think that kind of is your collective group's thing. Let's just bomb them. Bomb them.
Quite effective.
Yeah, it's very effective. And eventually, you guys spend quite a bit of time flying around. You're getting a lot of good practice, Phil, riding the thermals, because carrying all these people and staying aloft for so long. You've had some practice, but it's been a couple months since you've done this, so getting practice riding those thermals again, so you don't have to fly as hard. It's pretty nice. Yeah. Phil, do you want to pipe in on the conversation? You got a imp on your back talking about death, destruction, and the best way to kill humans.
I'm muted.
Hmm?
I was muted.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have
think,
nothing to contribute
like,
to
the
that
setup so far?
conversation.
Okay.
Honestly.
I'm a big fan.
The bomb is used. All the poor humans die.
It's that for you.
The bank
It's so cold. Can
disappears.
we turn off the AC?
The Zorkel bug goes,
Like you
"Yeah,
said,
next
one of the
time,
kids."
boss, you
Yeah, let's do that. And
let
then
me
we
know
need a
if you
cool
need me to
place to
handle
go
some
there.
problems for you,
Yeah.
I don't know. Can one of those
And he
Sure.
poofs into a giant puff of black flame and gone. And then
And,
just the silence of the desert, the whistling of the wind, and the rising of the sun.
and a massive fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's this black spot on the land, and then that black spot gets lit on fire the moment the sun's rays touch it. And it's
Oh,
a giant
yeah.
bonfire. Very hot, even in the desert, all the way from here.
Alright. All right, everyone. With that being said, I need to go to the human city. If anyone needs anything, we're gonna go see Ming.
Ooh.
Ming.
Mate, the monster merchant.
He's a monster merchant.
Mm-hmm.
He's Ing's apprentice.
Do they know?
Man, everyone's quiet today. All right. Yeah, you guys fly over. Does anyone remember the name of the city?
Yes, one sec. He notes say name is Belgreasy.
Yep. And Phil, you're led over to the authorized monster landing zone for monsters with flying capabilities. Because you guys were here last time, and you guys were like, "No, you can't land in front of the gate. You go to there." Ah, people. And you kind of land over, and then there's a kind of a little cat that comes over, and he has a little like a. You guys seen this type of cat before? A lot larger. Looks like he's evolved a couple of times, so he looks like a stone armor plated saber tooth. And he just kind of comes over. Welcome. Do you need
Yeah.
direction? Do you need onloading, offloading services?
No.
Wait, hold on.
Hmm?
Pause.
Mm-hmm.
Pause. I'm confused. I thought we were supposed to go from the Oasis to the Knoll Den. And then from the Knoll Den, we go wherever the hell someone had something else to do after the Knoll Den that I forgot about. I'm
You
assuming
guys,
this is it.
you guys were leaving the fate of the Nolden to Indrid, because Indrid's bored, and also the Nolden has no chance against Indrid. So that was going to be dealt with. And also, Belgrazi is way easier to get to from where the Bank of Sands was. And Bank of Sands was one of the objectives yet Lord Goal asked you to go see. And thank goodness you did. But you did do the Forested Oasis, so that's check. Indrid's handling the Nolden, check. You guys checked the Bank of Sands and dealt with the problem there, so that's triple check. And you guys were going to go to St. Ming.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, if you need any services, we have a chart. There's a little board up there, and as long as you got the Aether Gems for it.
He's gonna look over and see if there is. They can reserve the landing zone. Or
This
a
is
landing
the
zone.
they have a area in which you can reserve storage areas, but this is the open landing zone for the public area. So
Okay.
any creature that comes in, they want you off the landing pads once you've successfully settled.
Okay.
Oh, Grimald, thank goodness you guys have been flying forever. You can hop down and stalk and prowl and do whatever you're wanting to do.
Am I hungry?
Oh, fuck yeah, you're always hungry.
All right, I'm gonna go hunt some food.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, guys, remember, you can't kill here. There are food vendors to help with that.
Just cost you a
What?
little bit of dungeon money and a little bit of Aether, and then you can get all sorts of food.
Wait, so I can't hunt?
That's
What? No. We're in a city.
Oh,
I mean, you
okay.
can, but you shouldn't.
It's not
All
you
right, I'm
can't.
gonna need allowance then, because Grimmel doesn't take any money with him ever.
We can have.
Not even in your storage. Not even in your storage space.
Grimald is very morally opposed to coins and change and money.
So you just give it all to your geckos.
Yeah.
So
I'm
your
gonna look
geckos
at
are sitting on a pile of money.
yeah.
I'm gonna look at them like, what happens
Gosh.
to any of the aether crystals that you have, like the mediums and the smalls? Do you not keep any of that as change?
I
You're
keep
gonna
that,
need
but I don't view that as money. I view that as like a power token.
Okay. Let's see. Here's the thing. You can also trade in aether gems and aether crystals in order to obtain goods here.
Oh yeah,
Especially,
I'm vehemently opposed to that as well.
well, in that case, if you're not willing to partake in this, then unfortunately, uh, you're gonna have to learn.
I thought we were gonna be fighting something. That's the only reason I came.
Oh, if you want to visit the fighting pits.
There's
Yes.
fighting pits?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Colosseum. You can fight humans. You can fight other monstri.
I'm gonna not do that because I don't want to be seen.
Do it, and then we can bet on you. I can't. I'm sleeping, but betting is always good.
If you are very bloodthirsty, there are the death pits. Usually in the Colosseums, we don't. We prefer you not kill your opponent. In fact, it's if you end up killing your opponent, and can't pay for the resurrection service, then unfortunately you are. It's kind of a crime, which I think is stupid. Humans place too many rules on their Colosseums, but there is a arena that you can absolutely kill your opponent. It's a very private one. Only the best combatants are usually invited, or the most bloodthirsty. Um, the prizes is you get to keep everything about the person you killed, all their stuff. If they have a monster gem, you get to keep that. A lot of humans participate because a lot of very powerful monstri fight, and they get to keep the gem. And you know how humans are with our gems; they destroy it and consume it for power. But there, you can kill as many humans as you want without any repercussions, as long as you're good enough.
I am actually not gonna fight because I don't want to be recognized or noted or logged in any sort of book.
Feel like you
Do
probably
you tell
forfeit.
the saber tooth that? Like, I don't really want to be seen.
I'm always stealthed. Like he unless he saw me out of stealth, like he wouldn't have.
No, because you were talking with him. He can't see you, not with your thing, but he
The
knows you're in the vicinity.
Zorgal bug.
No. This is the saber tooth, that the mountain cat saber tooth creature that met with you guys when you landed at Bilgreasy.
Oh, I would have been stealth. Yeah.
Well,
So
you guys have the ability to telepathically communicate with other entities of the monstri within 10 meters. This is you just projecting your voice from nowhere.
I don't think I talked to the Sabertooth, did I?
You were just talking to him.
Yeah, you were talking to him about the arena stuff.
Hmm.
He doesn't know where you are. It's
Sorry.
just,
I thought that was like a meta conversation. I didn't realize I was talking to
oh
somebody.
no, that was an NPC. My bad.
Okay, yeah.
So
Okay.
the NPC is just he's trying to figure out what thing he can entice you with to go into the town and enjoy yourself.
Hmm.
But he isn't able to figure out where your voice is coming from. It's kind of a disembodied voice. So
Okay, yeah. I guess we can retcon that. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with him seeing me. It's mostly just humans that I'm not comfortable with, or anyone that deals in human secrets and monster secrets.
Okay. But you still want to hunt, though. I know that feeling. I'm a felon in
Well,
myself.
having found myself in a human city, I'm just kind of gonna follow along, and I guess if they get food, I'm just gonna guess eat with them.
Well, there's plenty of things to do. There's plenty of work as well. There's a lot of jobs that day-to-day jobs you can pick up for money if you're short on it, or favors, or even reputation if you're looking to make a name for yourself.
Mm.
But since you guys aren't needing any of my services, we'll get you off of the landing pad and into the city. If you need any size changing equipment, you can rent that out at the entry post. I'm talking to you, big guy. The streets don't fit dragons very well, especially if you're a size. Wow, you're the size of 2 carts side by side, aren't you?
Yeah,
That's you.
unfortunately.
That's Phil. He's talking to Phil. You muted? Million.
I have been muted. I have my fans on.
Yeah. He's like, you are the size of 2 carts side by side, aren't you? Wow.
Yes. Indeed I am.
Well, if you're wanting into the city proper through the tight streets, you're gonna need a size changing bracelet, which is But
How much are these things?
usually depends on when you return it or how long you rent it out for. But they're pretty cheap, but the deposit is not cheap. It's the case the bracelet goes missing and you don't return it type of thing. So they usually charge for a size changing bracelet for someone your size, probably 5 low grade, small size aether crystals a day. But the deposit, in case you run off with it, would be for your size, probably a supreme grade, small size.
I am not going to bother with these things.
Okay. Cheaper. It's just you're huge and it's hard to find something that'll allow you to fit in the streets.
Well, I straight up don't carry that many of those kinds of ether crystals with me.
Well,
so.
somebody just picked up quite a few of them. Anyways, yeah. On the Monstray side of town, if you do pick a fight with somebody, just make sure you're the winner. You know how. Have you been to a Monstray town before?
They have not. I've been one of the few ones that come to a monster town.
Oh. For our people and such a for Monstray in general, mine is right. It's always been that way. So, if someone picks a fight with you, or you pick a fight with someone, make sure you win, because if you lose, you're in the wrong. That's how it is. Just make sure you don't pick a fight with someone you can't win against. All right. And he kind of leads you guys to the the entry area.
So I'm like, all right, I have to go see Ming. If you guys want to come with me, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, I'll come.
I will stay here, I guess.
You can go with him.
Yeah.
Easley's got the right cash for it. If you return the bracelet, you get the deposit back.
That's easily.
I will pay for you guys to come.
Well,
Wait, we
Phil's
have
the
to
only one
pay?
that's too big.
Well, yeah. I will pay for Phil to come.
Okay, so temporarily put one of your superior grade aether gems on hold, and then 10 small grade low or 10 low grade small sized for a 2-day thing.
So I'm like, you guys gotta start learning to carry around, like,
Hmm?
materials for this kind of stuff.
Yep. They kind of it's like a little manacle thing. They put it around Phil's one of his legs, and he goes bloop, and now he's the size of a corgi.
Also, Phil, do not break that, please.
Phil, you're a corgi sized.
Oh, he's so cute.
I love it.
Yeah, Phil's not gonna say anything since he said AFK. So
Okay.
He still weighs the same, and
Um,
all of his powers are still the same. And
Yeah,
if you were
that's
to
why.
use his breath weapon, it's still a breath weapon.
See, now I was more worried about him deciding to try and use his uh anti-magic here.
Yeah, it's not good because that'll destroy people's wares, and then he has to fight all of the shop owners
with that said,
because it's either that or he's in the wrong and he has to pay them. But if he fights them and wins, well, they just they just have poor business practices.
Well, not just that. Then he also destroys that shape changer,
yeah,
That's
and
expensive.
I'm going, and I want
It's
he'll
the
give it
last one.
back. Anyways, I will lead them to me.
Yeah, you guys go into the heart of the monster side of the city. Grimald, there's no humans in sight. It's actually really refreshing. There are some human-shaped individuals, like you see a lamia, basically half person, half snake, arguing very venomously. Yes, and that's a pun.
Right.
With one of the shop owners about pricing of stuff. But there's no humans here at all. It's all monstri. All the stalls are monstri, all the shops, and it looks nothing like human buildings because the way the monstri like to have their homes are usually either completely closed in like an armored bunker type of thing, kind of like a protective sanctuary, or it's just open. Like, fuck the walls, fuck the ceiling. There's just a little tarp, to block out the sun a little bit. They don't really worry about if they have some sort of mechanical gizmo. They usually just have some sort of awning to cover it from the sun, and then all the pipes just kind of run in to do whatever it is. Very few shops look even remotely close to a normal human structure where it's four walls, a ceiling, a floor, door, windows type of thing.
Okay.
It's actually really rare to see a door here, or at least on this stretch of the market. It's all kind of like a bazaar where it's just tents and open stands. And there's a little desert mouse that's very large, and he kind of pads up to you, and from his tail, he holds a little cage with a bunch of Zorps in it, and he's like, "Hey, you!" As he kind of bumps up to Eatsley. "Hey, you!
What is it?
Want to buy some Zorps?
No, thank
They're
you.
good eating."
No, I don't want
As
any
the Zorps are clawing at the biting the little cage, like, "Let us we'll kill you." You know what? Come on, man. It's a good deal. There's some snacks along your way.
I'm gonna look at him like, you realize I'm a Skellerman, right?
Yeah, slit the throat, crack them over your head, and keep the heat off of you.
I'm good. I ate before coming into town.
You're lost. These are some prime Zorps, man. Come on, man. Come on. Give you a deal.
What kind of deal?
3 dungeon gold piece. If you buy all 3 of them, I'll make it 8.
I'm here. As I toss 3 dungeon gold at him.
For 1 Zorp?
Susie will get it for 8.
Oh, you're gonna get all 3 Zorps for 8?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's like, good to visit with you, and he gives you the Zorps. Their necks are all tied by a rope, a little very strong rope, so you can grab them by the the string, and they're all wiggling like, fuck, get us out. There you go, man. Oh man, this is great. And he zips into the crowd with his sales or his wares sold. You have 3 angry Zorps on a string.
I'm sure you don't want to
Like,
do this now, do you?
what? Eat?
Mm.
Why not?
I mean, I was thinking about making like something blood related through alchemy for you, see if it would be a good drink.
I was just gonna
I know.
crack one up.
Yeah, and then drip it all over you. I know how it goes.
Mhm. But Issa's gonna eat one.
And you can just throw the Zorp on the ground. There's several, like, there's a couple Gomps that kind of go like, they're kind of licking their lips like, he's gonna drop it, right?
I'm gonna toss one at it. I'm gonna toss
Well-
one at it.
It's gone. The streets are very clean.
And I take him to go see Ming.
Okay. You get accosted by all sorts of different peddlers that are just kind of come over and like, hey, you want to buy this thing? Pretty cool. It's all small stuff. There's a couple vendors that do come over and like, would you like to buy some cursed items? Very affordable.
I would not like to buy some cursed items. Thank you, though.
Give it to your enemies. Make it a gift. Some of these are really hard to tell they're cursed. I know they're cursed.
Is that because you made them cursed?
Oh no, I just know that they're cursed because that's he taps his nose. I can smell it. It's my thing. That's why I don't try to fool anyone. But I mean, the market's hot.
The market's always hot for these things. No.
I got a cursed book. Big item. A little expensive, but it's a cursed book.
No, because the one I want to give it to would know it's cursed.
All right, you're a lost man. Anyone want to buy cursed shit? No.
No.
Going once. Going twice. Okay.
No thank.
There's several jewelry salesmen that come over. You know, they're like, oh, this jewelry very much complement your physique, your colorations. They're very pretty. They look human design though.
They do.
These are not monster jewelry. These are definitely human made and probably collected from humans. They're pretty good. I'll have you roll an assessors, Eatsley.
Okay.
Because jewels do catch your eye. Although, actually, yeah. There is one gem on a necklace that kind of gives you the You'd have to actually pull out all your assessor gear to look over it, but you're not sure if doing so because the vendor hasn't told you the prices of the items, and you know that if you show interest in an item, he's going to jack up the price.
Yeah.
The other ones, they're normal plain gems. This one gem, doesn't feel magical, but it's like the way the light hits the gem is not right. It's not because it's bad or it's like a poorly cut gem or the.
So what Issa's gonna do, Issa's gonna walk over and be like, he's not gonna point to the one he wants. He's gonna point to one opposite side. He's like, how much is that one?
1,000 dungeon gold.
1,000 dungeon gold for this?
It's basically you have 2 big garnet rocks. We're talking like cherry sized.
I know, but like it's supposed to be 1,000 gold for this.
Yeah. You ain't gonna get a better deal on these parts.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, absolutely.
May I take a closer look?
Sure.
And Issa's gonna bring out his assessor equipment.
Gurmold, you definitely see the guy stiffen ever so slightly.
I use the friend network to say, He's full of shit.
No, it's the not that the price is full of shit. It's when he pulled the assessor's gear out.
Like, oh,
It's
I'm
kinda
Oh, no,
like
I wasn't saying anything as to the price. I was just saying he's full of shit.
Oh, okay.
And then let's kind of just set it up and look at it very cautiously, eye it over with like a jeweler's lens. You
So
make sure
it's,
to use the compass, check the prices on it.
current price 4 times the value of what he offered.
Hmm.
It's just the
For
garnets are really well cut. Just the stones themselves are worth 3,500 gold. 500 of it's just the necklace and the gold, the housing.
so altogether about 850.
So the question is, why is he
Mark
doing
up.
them so low? Did he steal these? How did he get them?
No,
Probably.
Yeah, probably. It's hot.
Yeah.
I mean, no. So if it's worth 850 gold, then he's selling it for 1,000 gold. It's not that bad of a price.
No, the necklace is worth 4,000 gold.
Oh, for 1,000 gold. Okay,
He is
so
offering it for 1,000. The gems themselves, the garnets, the 2 on the necklace, those are alone worth 3,500 gold.
oh, okay.
The necklace is only worth 500, and that's what your compass is kind of telling you. You're like, he's offering it for a fourth of the price.
I'm gonna kind of like look, and once I've finished assessing them, I'm gonna
Just that one necklace or the rest?
just the one necklace. I'm gonna look at them like, I see. And you said this is worth 1,000 gold again?
1,000. Take it or leave it.
I tell you what. If you offer me this necklace, this is a really nice necklace, by the way. Very pretty. I'll take this necklace, and then he's going to point to the one that he actually wants. And that necklace right there, I'll give you 3,000 gold.
Deal. He takes it and just scampers off, and you have the 2 necklaces in hand.
All right. I will do anti-monster tracking if I can.
Yeah, those are tracked.
Yeah.
That's now you know this game. You buy it, they get it back from you. Nice catch.
I got you.
Then he's actually going to look at the necklace he wanted. And
All
kind
right,
of just
assess,
see.
please. Yeah, looking at it, you just got yourself a superior grade diamond. It's a material. It's called an inflection diamond. It, oddly enough, when it catches, it catches light, and instead of emitting it, it pulls it in, and then the diamond glows as the light doesn't escape. Eventually, it does die out, if it doesn't have constant sun coming into it. But yeah,
Interesting.
and it's for a diamond, that's medium sized. It's the size of a D6 or a D20.
Okay.
You're probably looking at 120k gold, dungeon gold, for one of those.
GM, did I get a whiff of where that guy scampered off to? I kind of want to track. I want to go track him.
Yes, you do. Go ahead and make me survival to track him, and then awareness. Don't forget your heightened senses to track him. Do you just go after him?
I mean, obviously, first I'm gonna make sure my stealth was good, and then I'm gonna get. Do I get my all my modifiers and stuff in this?
Yes. For in here. Well, hold on before you stealth. Well, fuck, you pass anyways. I was actually going to give you minus 40 to stealth. There's a lot of unpredictable moving chaos. The sea of Monterey, the city life, which you are not used to. And there's so many damn elements of just unpredictable movement. The assault of smells that are super powerful, sudden loud noises, and then all the while you're still trying to track this one prey in the sea of chaos.
And then I'm gonna use a boon to pass that survival check.
Do you want to let me see if I can try and help you?
Sure.
Yeah, because if I pass, I should give you a plus 30, which would make you pass. Anyway, just save me the boon. You know what I mean? That is if I have survival, which I do, and it's not anything crazy. Nope. I might as well.
You'll need to use 2 boons because a boon after the fact gives you a plus 20.
Yeah, it's oh yeah, I'll use 2.
Okay. You do track him. Oh gosh, that was probably the hardest, actually most exhilarating hunt you've had since the Cazador duel that you had. And you kind of find him. He makes several more stops, which is one of the big reasons why you were able to catch up to him, because he goes and tries to hawk his wares all over this sector of town.
Yep.
And eventually, once he sold all the stuff, he puts on this little bracelet, and then I'm going to have you roll me a Cyniscience. Go ahead and help him with that.
Yeah,
as
let's
well.
see if we can get some more, because I think this is... Nope. Can't do
Okay.
anything else.
He gets really difficult to see, but that is an illusion element bracelet, so you're still gonna catch on to it. Go ahead and roll me awareness to just be able to follow that illusion element, because otherwise he'd be about as invisible as your hide is. Yeah, you track him back to a warehouse following the element, not him, because you can kind of follow the energies. And eventually, you find it towards more the human side of town, but not quite, because the structures look a little bit more human. They have the walls and the ceilings and the doors. And outside, there's this kind of armadillo creature with massive spikes. Kind of pokes its head up from its little ball and kind of sniffs the air. And he takes off his bracelet, like, hey, look, it's me. Do we have to do this every time? And it kind of squints its eyes at him, and then he just, buries his head back into his little ball, and the door opens. And he hurries inside, and the door closes.
I'm gonna take note of that, and so he's not able to be followed anymore, correct?
No, well, you can follow him. He's gone into a building.
Yeah, I'm gonna slip into the building.
How? Do you want to case the joint first? Do you want to?
I'm gonna. How high is the roof? Can I jump up on the roof?
Think of it as an adobe building. It's a single story. It has a flat top roof. It has the full walls. It seems to have only one door at the very front. All the other walls are sheer plaster.
Okay.
It's like a perfect square with no windows, no other doors but the front one, which looks only to be made of wood.
Maybe move earth to get underneath the building. Dig, literally just dig, go underneath. They might have magmatic stuff going on.
He doesn't like to use abilities of other players.
Yeah. First, I'm gonna jump on top of the roof. How high is the roof?
As I said, it's a one-story building. You just kind of leap up there, just bloop.
Are there any There's got to be some ventilation in this piece. Is there a sky roof?
There is a when you kind of do jump on top, there is a square in the top that has an awning that kind of goes over it a little bit, and that does seem to be the chimney. And it's kind of a sky roof. But it's built to
Okay.
keep sand out.
Alright. I'm gonna cast my Nightmare Twins as beetles.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have them crawl down the chimney and sit in the fireplace and see what they see.
Okay. There is a it's a much larger space on the inside. And as you kind of look, it's actually palatial on the inside.
Really? Okay.
We're talking like Palace of Versailles type of, but kind of a very desert themed.
Okay.
A lot of water features, exotic plants, sculptures, a lot of gold as well, a lot of gems.
Hmm.
And it's perfectly, beautifully bright here. And it all comes from that hole that you came in through, because once the beetles go past, there's mirrors. Beautiful and incredibly powerful mirrors that just light this impossibly large space. And as your beetles kind of look around, there's very few servants, but there are. And there are even monstri who kind of have a similar uniform. They're all different types. Some are small, diminutive. Some are very hulking and big.
Okay.
They kind of barely fit through the place. But at the very end, you hear a voice from kind of beyond a kind of a beaded curtain in another room. As your beetles kind of peek an eye in, there's that little guy, a little kind of gremlin-looking dude that sold the jewels. He's kind of groveling. He's like, "Sorry, master, I didn't know they were so capable." And lounging on a very large palanquin, or kind of a one of those couch chairs, is a gorgon. Very large gorgon covered in jewels with iridescent, shimmering scales.
Interesting. Okay.
And she's like, "I know, and you will never make that mistake again." And then there's a flash of light from the eyes, and he is stone. And then she kind of picks her nails, and then flicks a cherry pit at the stone, and then it fractures and he crumples to dust. Disappointing. You, get my jewels back. I don't care about the other one, but I want that diamond back. This is why we don't have incompetent help. That means now. And this winged serpent kind of bows its head and then leaves through one of the side doors. Have you had your peeping fill? Why don't you come in? As one of the heads, the snake heads, has been actually watching the beetle. Or are you going to skulk outside?
Is he talking to the beetles?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll walk in the front door.
Take the front door, please.
I jump off the roof and
the door yawns open.
And I'm gonna stealth. And then I'm gonna present one of my. Do you want a -40 on this one?
Oh no, you can just normal stealth. That was you trying to track somebody through the city and stealth through the city.
Okay, and then I'm gonna present one of my Nightmare Twins as like kind of me and kind of walk behind it.
Okay. And you get to the beaded curtain area and you go into the room.
Just walk in and sit down, waiting for them to address me.
Would you like something, refreshments, food, even?
I'll be fine, thank you.
Well, I don't normally get guests. Or would I call you a spy?
Call me whatever you'd like.
One has different connotations than the other. How should I address you? Are you just a curious little cat? Or are you a spy trying to look into my home?
I'd say curious more than anything.
What are you curious about?
Your operation. You had some pretty nice jewels out there.
Oh, yes, I've got many like it. But they usually end up back in my possession. As they should.
So that's the con, then?
Oh, it's not a con. Might is right. You have purchased something at a very cheap price, and it's up to you to hold on to it. That's the way of our people, isn't it? It's not a con. That's something that humans do. They have some sort of code of actions that they must hold themselves to. I think it very limiting.
I suppose you shouldn't buy something that you can't hold on to, then?
Precisely. Law of the world.
Interesting.
The strength of those in power will always oppress those who are weak. But with our species, there's not really a limit to where we can grow in strength. It's just getting there, surviving to get there. You're a hunter. What happens if somebody gets the best of you? You die.
That's right.
Fortunately, our people will hold on to your gem, but that could be decades before you're brought back. And that creature which you were hunting, he bested you this time, but he's now 10 years of progress ahead of you.
Try not to engage in any fights I can't win.
That's a good strategy. Welcome to my home, curious cat. And since I can't provide you any refreshments, what can I help you with today?
Tell me about the city. Where am I?
You are in my home. It is a little palace within this cesspool of creatures and, well, filthy humans.
There are humans here?
Oh no, they're a stone throw away from my home. On their side of the city. And the city's divided in half. The human half, the monster half, and there's this fine line down the middle where we mingle. Cautiously. Humans are very afraid of us, and they should be. We're the superior race, and we are far more deadly than they ever could be.
Is the human area guarded by adventurers and hunters?
With as many as they can muster.
How many do they have these days?
Hundreds. And that doesn't even include the city guard. And there's the loathsome trade agreements that our elders of this city have foolishly agreed to enter into, because the humans have access to specific goods, and we would have to go to war to get them. Why not make a city where we can trade excess goods of things we don't need but they want, and then they give us stuff that we want, without having to kill everyone for it? But that's the problem.
Humans and monsters making agreements now. That's unfamiliar to me.
Very few regions, very few places do it, but we've been doing it for a long time. The real problem is it removes the most fun element of getting possessions. Robbing it from the weaker. Slaying opponents. Eradicating your enemies. War. Remove all the violence of it, and I miss it. But I can't say I haven't grown extremely wealthy.
Good for you.
Hmm. The price of power, I suppose.
So this human encampment, do they ever aggress upon the monster?
Oh, always. And we aggress upon them with terrible vengeance.
Hmm.
But somehow, some way, the balance is maintained and it's not full on war. Despite my best efforts, by the way.
So you propagate a war or advocate for a war against these humans?
Always. I revel in the bloodshed.
How do you do
There's nothing
that?
better. Hmm?
What
Oh,
methods do you have in
I
your employ?
instigate aggression. I instigate distrust.
Hmm.
There's a sliver of trust that the system will maintain balance and provide an illusion of safety for both sides. And the weak on both sides prosper because of this peace. Undeserved safety for the weak. But, well, it's not going to grow. Not under my watch, this trust. And
Hmm.
if I have my way, I will have successfully eroded it in time and then instigate one act, an unforgivable transgression, and then it's war. And then we will stampede and crush all the humans on their side of the city, and we will take what's rightfully ours. Their things and their lives.
And do you have an army?
Don't need it. All the monsteri here hate humans.
Hmm.
They only stay because the amount of benefits they can, monetary benefits, maybe even reputational benefits from an agreement in the city.
These hunters and adventurers, how do they let you coexist here if you've been openly aggressing upon the human?
Oh, I've been doing it covertly.
Hmm.
There's skirmishes and little outbursts of violence here or there on the main street where humans and monsteri make their trades, but that's expected. I'm doing the long game, the long hunt, where I hunt my prey over years even. And my prey is the city. It's a very big beast, and it takes quite a lot of time for my poison to bring it down.
I like how you operate
Thank
in
you.
the shadows.
Yes. I used to take the battle at the front and charge into the enemy. Those are my days of my youth. Now it's, well, into the shadow game, like you said. Why do you want to help me?
That just sounds fun, doesn't it?
Perhaps I have a task. Do you value money?
No.
What do you want? If I were to ask you to do something for me, what form of payment would you prefer?
I do like power. Of my own personal power. Do you have any aether
Evolutionary
stones?
materials?
Evolutionary materials, aether stones?
There is a specific 2 tasks that I would ask you to do. I have a flawless grade aether gem, medium size, with your name on it if you complete my first task. And then a flawless grade evolutionary material. No, 2 flawless grade evolution materials from my vault that you can pick if you complete the second one.
Alright, we'll give it a shot. And what
Okay.
happens if I do not complete these tasks?
Don't come back.
Fair enough.
I don't forgive failure. As one of the servants comes over and scoops up the dust that used to be that gremlin.
I snicker at the gremlin.
The first one's simple. I need you to kill somebody. Naturally a human.
Okay.
But it needs to be done to make it look like someone else did it. A monster, a very particular monster that has been trying to foster larger trade agreements between our people. A better, more stable peace. And I hate peace.
What kind of monster is it?
Well, he's a felonid, like you. In fact, he's a Rakshasa. Which is why I picked this particular job. He's got paws like yours. He stands upright though, which is kind of weird for a felonid. You just need to make it look like he mauled somebody. Leave some evidence behind for people to find. Not too easy to find, but make it look like he killed someone in anger or for his own agenda. And that entire agreement will fall apart.
Have I seen one of these monsters before, GM?
No.
Hmm.
But you have the name now.
Can you say it again, please?
The Rakshasa.
Rakshasa. Okay.
Mhm.
How easy is it to find one of these Rakshasa?
There's only one in the city. They're extremely rare. He always very flamboyant. He always is in the mercantile sector. He has a tiger striation of fur, so orange with stripes of black. Goes by the name of Ross. A-S, I believe. A apostrophe A-S? I don't know. Ross.
And who is it do I need to kill?
His trade partner. It's a very portly fellow. Think of a very ball-shaped human. He is so large. Also wears an numerous amount of colorful clothes and jewelry. Doesn't have any hair on him at all, which is actually the fun dichotomy of that I find ironic. Thinking about him, it makes me disgusted. He goes by Quill, or Quillian Marculius Maximus, but just goes by Quinn, for those who know him. If you need another identifier for him, he wears a blood red ruby ring. The stone is one of the largest I've seen. If you can get it for me, we could talk about purchase price.
Okay.
I do like that stone.
I'll start hunting.
And when you complete that, we can talk about the second job. It'll
Sounds
show that you're
good.
competent.
And then I leave my nightmare twin in there and I slip out. And then then I just have the nightmare twin disappear.
And the door will open for you when you get there and close behind you.
I'm gonna go to the marketplace and see if I can find this
These
is his
two
name
dudes?
Rock? Is that
Ross.
what is it? Ross. Okay.
RAAS.
All right. I'm gonna go try to find Ross.
Okay.
Sneakily though, just gonna identify him.
We're gonna hop over to Phil and the boys.
Cool.
Phil, what do you want to do? Just kind of. You're the size of a corgi, so you're just kind of trotting around.
I will
You still
sit
have the
atop
same. You still have the
Easley's
same
head.
weight.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, you still have the
Crush
same
Easley.
weight. All of your abilities still work. Eatsley has asked you, please do not use your anti-magic field. You'll break the size bracelet they put on you, and then, well, you will forfeit the deposit. And also, you will go back to your normal size and destroy several stalls.
I will keep walking along. Probably leaving. Hold on. I'm the size of a small dog.
Mhm.
I probably have trouble walking, honestly, considering my feet probably sink up to my stomach in the ground.
It's paved. It's a paved road. It's all stone. It's actually completely flat stone, like a.
Well, there are definitely indents now.
Actually, there aren't.
Really? Huh.
You can feel a very powerful, compact earth beneath your feet.
Okay. I'll keep
It's
plodding
actually-
along.
It's actually very refreshing. Feels very. Actually, this is really comfy stone. Now that you think about it.
Yeah, I might just take a nap or something. It depends on when we get to. I'm sorry, it's Ming, not Ing.
Yeah.
Ming with an M.
Ming is Ing's protege.
Yeah, okay. I was just making sure I'm pronouncing it right.
Yep.
Might just yeah. Because I don't even know if I could. I don't know that something that dense could walk in. If the house is wooden or whatever it is, maybe it's a stall. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk along with everyone, and we'll see. We'll see how things go based on our destination.
It would probably require somebody with the earth element to move earth ability and then condense earth. Like they probably had somebody who's very very good at earth control to do this. Pretty good. As for stalls, you see anything you're particularly looking for? Because they do have actual vendors who sell rocks. They have vendors who sell, different types of stones. There's a lot of stuff that would really be exciting to have in your.
Perhaps another time.
Okay.
On our way out.
On your way out. All right.
Yep.
So that means we got good old Eatsley and Susie walking into Ming's shop, which actually is the crowdest part of the bazaar. These are actually where they have full structures, actual houses, kind of like the way the humans built it, but a lot more fantastical, with weird, odd shapes and an array of beautiful colored glass. The sights and the smells are equally as powerful and potent. And you find your way to Ming's shop, and you kind of open it up, and it's very compact until you close the door, and then the room kind of elongates. And there's Ming kind of smoking their pipe, kind of at the counter.
Me.
Oh, Skeleton, you're back.
Yes. And I reach down and I pull out his saber's cage.
You'll take it, kind of look it over, put it under the counter, pop open a bag, give you your money back.
Sorry it took so long. There was a little invasion we were having.
No, you returned it. What else can I do? What do you want to buy from me?
So many things.
Oh, sounds like good business.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I am going to need is I'm going to need a glassite diamond. Flawless grade. Small.
Mm-hmm. Kind of writing on a piece, like a little, what is that called? Some sort of notebook.
Okay.
On a kind of an elevated writing desk. That's the one.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to need some flowers. One sec. Right. Very specifically, I'm going to need a bouquet of carmelians and marigolds.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming you don't have a lantern for the land of the dead.
I do.
You do.
I have 3.
Oh,
How interesting. What would that cost me, Ming, my dear friend?
I'm
what?
not your friend. Well, each of the lanterns are made of different materials, and so are the glass panes. Do you want one that is candle, or do you want one something that uses a crystal, or do you want one that has a little oil reservoir?
The oil reservoir. Crystals ether cannot survive down there long.
No, there's special crystals for that one.
Hmm,
They're hard to get, but they never run out.
depends on the prices.
For the candle-based one, without the candle, of course, and without the holding stick. So no accessories. Barter only best offer.
Fair enough.
Estimated price, treasure grade item.
Interesting.
He'll tap actually with his little examiner assessor stick on a chart. I'd say about there. And he taps the treasure grade and then taps accessory as the one that's with the most value, and then he taps the human one. Huge outgoing need for accessories, and not for the military ones. There's a huge desire for accessories, jewelry, the flair, as the humans call it, in the human cities right now.
Interesting.
Unlike my mentor, who likes to play the impress me game, I'll help you out a little bit. Especially since I have another customer.
Yes. Also, he's also gonna pull out the shopping list. How much of this are you gonna be able to get a hold of? It's the Orichalcum Court of Binding, 3 liters of legendary blood, Grells, reinforce.
Just post it in chat.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Or Calcum. I have some cord binding. I got those. You'll have to tell me what type of blood you want from what creature. Oh. I'll have to look in my store for that one. There's not been a request for that, and I got plenty of hanging branches, and the rest of this I got yes.
What do you need to look for?
Oh, easily by far the unfortunately the Uriel's reinforced Makuki. That's very hard to come by, but also not very much asked for. I'll have to look. It's been a while since I've come across one of those. Not saying no, but I'm not saying yes. But the rest, kind of writes it in, pulls a cash register lever. 3 flawless grade items and 2 million gold.
See. Good to know.
Humans are in a couple wars right now. They prefer the gold for some reason, although Aether is significantly more valuable. But since the Bank of Sands has unfortunately moved, that means the doors are closed. So gold shot up again, I think.
That's true.
So, again, barter for items can easily get rid of the gold price.
Yes. Would you like to know where the bank stands will be, or?
No, they'll let me know when they pop back up. I'm a premium member after all.
Good to know. Susie, are you looking for anything in particular right now?
BRB. He's BRB.
Oh, okay. In that case.
What type of legendary monster blood did you want?
Oh. I was thinking about. You wouldn't have to have any red dragon blood.
Yes, I would.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. And they will pull out a rosewood box, and when they open it, in the cushioned slot, pulls out this beautiful, intricately blown and carved glass bottle with a wax-covered stopper wrapped in this hex design of red string, and there's a certificate on it. And on the front of the bottle, there's a label of a, cruel, angry red dragon, almost trying to lash and break out of the picture. Unfortunately, I don't sell low-grade dragon blood. This is a elder who, well, it was extracted against his will, which is the way it should be with red dragons.
Yes. I have some Nergigante blood too.
It's not worth it as much.
Mm.
Unless it's a razorback or a Nergigante.
I'm going to pull out Phil's blood and examine for yourself.
No, I can tell from the luster here. No.
Okay.
Also, there's something wrong with that blood.
And I look down at Phil. I'm like,
no,
yes, sir.
that literally. Look at the haze around the blood. It's actually just starting to destroy any aether that comes in contact with it, erodes it. No one's gonna want that. Okay. Unless it gets so potent and you do an extraction, some very difficult alchemy, and isolate whatever that aether destroying element is. That could be valuable.
Interesting.
Especially if you're wanting to go to the land of the dead. If you need to cleanse yourself of aether contamination before you go down.
I do not believe that is necessary.
Very well.
And then I'm going to pull out, speaking of which, I'm going to pull out some of the thorns of the Nergigante, of our Nergigante.
No, I have plenty of that.
Okay.
Also, the scales there aren't very valuable.
Yes.
My master would take them, because he buys everything. But I have a kind of standards, unfortunately. Otherwise, my shop gets a little too cluttered.
But isn't that why you trade with your master as well?
Mm-hmm. He needs to come by and have lunch with me before I do any further trades. He has a sheet of things he owes me. He's been doing a lot of business with my stuff.
Good to know.
But I know he's good for it. He just never likes to pay on time. But I get to charge him interest, which is nice. But it doesn't mean I have my stuff. What other things can I get for you?
I'm gonna look down at Phil. Phil, do you need anything in particular?
I am contemplating whether or not your attempts to sell my blood and scales are a betrayal of some kind.
No, it's just an adequate use of things that were unfortunately going to be lost if we given the chance.
No, technically, as a dragon, that can be considered a betrayal. But you did die, which means you showed weakness.
These were not extracted when I was slain.
Oh no,
Well,
some of these were.
Were they? I
Yes,
do
some of
believe
these were
you told
extracted.
me
Some of the other ones were extracted when you decided to get caught in a net.
that wasn't death.
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
I do not like this. These things we've been told can be used to kill me from afar by the right
Nets?
ones.
Yes, we know you don't like mithril nets. They are
Not the nets, my parts.
your parts.
Yes.
How can they kill you from afar?
I have been told, maybe not kill, but they can be used to harm me from afar by the right people.
Oh yeah, no, he's right.
Of course.
I can vouch for that. But not in the way he's probably thinking. And also the people who could actually use your parts from afar in the way you are thinking of are so exceedingly rare, you shouldn't have pissed them off in the first place.
Kind of like a curse.
Oh, with that type of blood, I don't think any curse would stick for very long. Not unless it was done by somebody our ruling class. Dungeon masters are, I guess, could count, but no, the ruling class, territory holders, like the pharaoh, would count as a ruling class. Those curses would be, well, that's the type of person you wouldn't want to piss off. And yes, if he got parts of you, he could horribly curse you or kill you from afar. But I mean, you'd have to personally piss off the pharaoh, and usually shit rolls downhill in that world, or neck of the desert. So you'd probably be required to fight a champion of his first before he took personal offense enough to curse you. Most of the time, the monster just go find you out and then fight you and kill you, rather
I
than
am not
curse.
worried about our kin at large. It is the two-legged ones that worry me so.
Oh, I mean, they're most likely not going to curse you or anything. They're going to put a tracking spell on you, and then they're going to try and put some debuffs on you once they see you, or poison you. But that's after they use your parts to track you. And yes, I do sell your parts to humans, but mostly for their gear. They're obsessed with gear.
They cannot grow great scales or claws.
That's why they want yours. So most of the time, they won't waste.
They
their
compensate for their birth defects as they should.
as they should. That's one of their only redeeming qualities that allows them to survive as a species. They have the awareness enough that they are weak, and so they do whatever they can to not be weak, which is a form of strength, which is respectable, but they're also weak. So
I've heard some of them have overcome their birth defect with regards to permanent death.
very rare, which means they're very strong and they should be respected.
By the way, are we in front of a stall, or are we inside
You're
a building?
in a shop.
Oh.
Yeah,
How are his floors doing?
They're holding.
Okay, just making sure.
In fact, even if you move around, it doesn't shake the house. None of the wares shake on their shelves when you move around.
This is good.
In fact, there's a little climbing stool tower that you can climb up this little stairs, and there's a little platform for you to stand on, so you could talk above the counter instead of below it.
This is good.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Hmm?
actually, I do have an Ing purchase list. Let's see if he might. He's already shown that he's got Red Dragon. Do you have Gold, Blue, or Thunder bloodline potions
I do.
for dragons?
I do. I wouldn't. Gold would be good for you. I can definitely tell that. Thunder, not with your elements. That might not be good. You want to stay away from the blue one. There's a bit of resentment in the blue dragon bloodline that once it's part of you, it doesn't go away.
What? I keep forgetting. Is gold part of the element, or what's the
Gold is
element
part of metal.
Metal. And the gold dragons have which element?
It's a there's a metal. They're a subtype of metal or gold. Blue one, they're like, yeah, but they come with complications. They're a very resentful species. Very evil species. The Thunder one, no, they're not sure about the synchronization of that bloodline with yours. They're very temperamental creatures too. More prone to lashing out because, well, it's fun. And screw that guy. What was the other one I think I missed? You said Gold, Blue, Thunder, and there was one more.
He already showed Red.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Perchance, do you have your master had or your teacher had a glitch cube?
Yes, I can get that from him.
I believe he said it was barter only with the best of offers.
Oh, you mean the Tesseract cube, the one that increases your inventory space by an unnecessarily large amount? Divine great item for that one. Actually, I don't know. 2 divine great items for that one. It looks like there are only 2 left on the planet.
Do you perchance have anything in the ways of that could spread the influence of a deity? Perhaps something to liven up a temple.
Oh, sure. What are you looking for?
I'm thinking something that just not projects. I don't think he'd know the word project. Something that makes comforting music.
Oh, yes. The humans came up with something very recently that's very honestly, let's just say I don't disapprove. I very actually kind of like it. And they'll pull out a gramophone.
Gramophone.
Yeah. And there's this little box with this weird horn thing. And you take these little music discs, these black discs, and you put it on this little spoke thing. And then you push this button, which makes the disc spin slowly. And this little spindle is the play arm. You put it at the very edge, and you put it here. And when she sets it down, it actually starts to play music. And somebody starts to sing. And when they pull the little spindle off, it stops.
If I put my claw on that while it spins and open my mouth, would
You'll destroy it.
Oh, that is less fun.
You This is human-made, meant for humans who are very delicate. Now,
Fate
if you
point
built
undo?
one, no, he didn't destroy it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying.
He would
was
if he did.
theorizing.
I got you. Gotcha.
Yeah, you would destroy it. Yeah.
Do you
Um,
have a more durable version of this contraption?
I don't. This is hot off the market, brand new. The nice thing about it, though, is humans will make more discs, which means you can build up a collection of different things to listen to. But as I said, it's very fragile. There are other options. You know what? Here. And they go find a big old conch shell, the one that looks like a big old corkscrew with a bunch of huge spikes that come out of the back. This was found on a seashore for sitting there for I don't know how long. I don't even know if it's magically enchanted, but as when they take the little device off of it, it's the sound of the sea. Not just like holding your ear up to it. It's like pretty loud.
Can I hear or not hear? Can I see any magic on it?
Yeah, it's blessed by Nareem.
Oh, sweet. Yes, that. I will. How much for that?
Take
for
it.
This shell.
No, take
I
it.
will take it.
No, free of charge.
No.
I can see who. It took me a little bit, but it's never bad to be in the favor or avoid displeasure of one of the priests, especially a high priest. So consider it a gift, my gift to your dungeon and to your home.
I will put this in the in my dimensional storage space.
Unlike my master, who literally nothing does not have a price tag, consider that a housewarming gift from me, Ming, the monster merchant.
I notice you are not as expressive as Ing.
I've dialed it down a little bit.
Does he appear to be the same species as Ing?
No. Think of a. No, it's a really short kind of yordle type of person. Big ears. Yeah, think of a yordle.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
All right. Anything else I can do for you, big guy?
I am little guy right now.
Little guy?
No, I will wait outside. I say to
You don't have to. You can stay here with your friends. It's fine.
The stone outside is comfy.
I have an instruction manual you can buy to get stone like that.
Where?
1,000 gold.
What kind?
Dungeon gold.
Ancient gold is not dungeon gold, right?
No, it should be dungeon gold.
Okay, guess you. No, I'm asking because I have distinctly ancient gold from the first reward that goal gave us.
Yeah, that would be dungeon gold.
Oh, okay.
No, ancient, yeah.
All right, I'll plop down 1,000 gold. Sure.
Yeah.
I'll summon my horde brooch and then pop out 1,000.
Okay. Done.
Mine.
Yeah. Whenever Terramancer figured out how to do that, we get compliments all the time from Earth elements.
What's this
Shut up.
book called?
The art of the floor.
I approve.
All right, then they'll look over at you, Susie. What can Ming get for you?
Hi, this is our first time meeting.
Mhm.
It is a pleasure. My name is Susie.
Ming.
Hi, Ming. Thank you so much for giving this gift to our dungeon. It means a lot to me.
Yeah. Mhm.
I only really want one thing right now. Maybe two.
Maybe 3.
Maybe 3.
Maybe
But
4.
we'll see. So there is a lily pad. I'm looking for one of its seeds. They're very hard to grow.
Do you have a name for it?
I don't have a name, but I can give you more of a description of what the plant does.
I hate this game, but all right.
I wasn't given a name.
Well, if you were to go to one of the herbalists, they would be able to get you a name.
I am an herbalist.
I'm talking one in the city.
Oh, in the cities? Oh, okay.
But I mean, you're here. Try. Go for it.
Hey, well, the petals are cursed. It produces a neurotoxin petals, of course. When the flower blooms.
Okay, I know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait, are we talking the flower that comes out of the lily pad?
I'm looking for the seed. I wish to grow it.
Why? And is that the why is like not even at you? It's kind of a why to themselves. It's like a retort, like why? Okay. I'll have to check. That's
okay.
You're very far away from that region. Do you know there are ninja cats in that region?
Ninja cats?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
I have the rotwood to produce the...
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that narrows it down. All right. Now, I'm gonna roll a luck for this one.
And may the moon shine upon you.
They'll come back. I can get an order for you.
I would appreciate that.
It'll take me about a month for the ones that come in. They're very temperamental, as you probably well know. Yeah. I made the mistake of trying to keep them, just in case somebody comes by and wants them. Turns out dimensional storage stasis doesn't preserve them forever.
Interesting.
So, yeah. If you pay up front, we'll have them in a month.
Okay. I have a superior grade Aether Stone for evolution. That
3.
is... You need 3 of those? Okay.
Well, they sell them... the seeds, I don't sell them one at a time. I sell them in a little baggie.
Oh.
So there's going to be 6 seeds, most likely 5 to 6 in the bag. Can't guarantee what, because that's what they get. It's going to cost you 3 superior grade, size small, 2 superior grade, size medium, or 1 superior grade, size large. If you're willing to wait longer, it could be cheaper, but they either do express delivery or they do, well, it'll get here when it fucking gets here delivery, which could be years. I mean, it is all the way across the other side of the continent. It requires a teleportation spell to get it over
just
here.
to reiterate, it's going to cost
3 small superior grade etherstones.
Or 2 medium or 1 large.
I only have 2 superior small size grade etherstones from Phil. Let's put those down first.
How about this? If you sell me the actual flower, in a proper container, we'll make it 1 small grade.
Oh, that is very kind of you.
I'll even provide the container.
Okay. So
In fact, if it
yeah.
sells well, you can continue to sell them to me, and I'll just pay you for them.
Okay.
How about this? Superior grade, size medium, stone per flower you sell me?
Okay.
I'll provide a container for each of them.
Looks like you found a worthy business partner.
Well, look at it this way. It's very difficult to find a capable herbalist in the desert
Yes.
who doesn't just do desert flowers. And even those desert flowers are really hard to do. So, yeah, if you're able to grow really good stuff, unlike Ing, who rather would sell stuff, I'll buy stuff.
Okay.
But do know, whatever you sell me, it goes into the world.
I understand. I'm more looking for some after effects for the flower, so.
Oh.
If I can get you one of them, so be it. Or 2.
All right.
Or 3.
Sign here.
Oh, they're signing. Okay. Yes, this is an agreement.
Well, it's a guarantee that you're going to give me the first flower that you sell in a discount for getting the express delivery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Susie will sign.
Okay, there you go. You only have to fork over 1. The thing of seeds are already on their way. Anything else?
Come back in a month?
Because.
Come back in a month?
Anything else?
Do you have any weaving tools?
Weaving? Like the actual profession weaving?
Yeah, like a loom or something?
Do I have a loom? I might. I might have several dozen. It really comes down to like how much you want to pay.
Ah, I see.
Because I've got actual magical looms. I've got one specifically designed for spider folk.
Ah, that
because
one might be
a
interesting.
human loom is not good enough to really allow the arachnids to weave their best weave. Because it's built for humans. Humans are just they should stay out of the weaving stuff because that's what your people do. But whatever. I've got about 6 meant for your people. I got 2 normal ones, both of them absolutely beautiful, ornate designs, aesthetics especially. And then I've got 4 increasingly more ridiculously magical things. I would like to say unnecessarily magical, but some people take their professions very seriously.
So, Eatsley, I'll talk to you through the phone network. You've given me a quest to repair this bag of holding.
Well, it's not just your quest; it's a quest. But yeah,
a quest. All right. Can you help out with this one?
What is it costing?
Pretty much part of this
Yeah,
offer.
the price has not been
Yeah.
spoken of yet.
It
Not at
depends.
all.
It depends.
Hmm.
I still haven't bought my stuff, and some of the stuff I need is for the dungeon.
What type of level of work are you trying to do?
I'm going to be working with Moon Thread and Darkness Thread.
And so superior grade stuff. I've got up to a treasure grade loom.
Okay.
So treasure grade, I got a flawless grade, I got superior grade, I've got a high grade, and then I've got 2 very beautiful, ornate, mundane ones meant for your people. Now I've got dozens of other looms built for humans and other monsters that we weave as well. But they're not.
How about I get one that's the mundane, so I can have something to work with and then work my way up.
Okay. She'll show you the 2 designs, and they're wildly different. These looms are meant to be kind of in a gyroscope. Like they can be spun in every different direction.
Okay.
Like it's actually such a wildly different design. But there's also all these little arms that come up to hold different types of thread and strand, and also to kind of filter and kind of weave them into other strands. Like, this is not meant for humans. This is such a wild, weird looking thing. But instinctively, just looking at it, I could put that type of thread there, and I can also weave that thread onto that little spindle, and then you can control all these different threads as they get weaved into your loom all at the same time. All the while doing it from upside down.
Mm-hmm.
And you can spin the damn thing any which direction.
And that's just one I'm looking at, or is this kind of like what I'm
That's just the mundane ones.
Yeah.
And they're so beautiful. They're built out of, one of those has this kind of beautiful blue azure kind of smoky colored wood.
Okay, I like
that when you spin it, it kind of shimmers.
That's cool.
And the other one is this kind of rosewood oak that just gives you a feeling of sturdiness and timelessness. It's all beautifully polished. The blue one's engraved with words of wisdom and like calm and patience.
How's like the red oak one?
It's gonna be 2,500 gold.
2,500. Okay. Let's see if I.
Would you like a temporary storage ring for that?
Nope. She'll pick the one she has for. Actually, you can just put that in her storage space. She has enough room.
It is.
Yeah,
it would fit a 6x6 space.
It would fit a 6x6 space. Okay. What about the storage ring that I got from the what's her name, the manager?
That absolutely will fit. That actually doesn't have a space limit.
We'll put that in there, and I should need to double check my current gold amount.
Yeah, I got the other ones. They're built out of materials that are meant to complement and or help you control other thread.
You said 260, right?
No, 2,500.
2,500 gold.
Yeah, 2,500 gold.
Okay.
It's a mundane object, but it's an artisan's work.
Mm-hmm.
So a normal human would look at this and go, ugh, who the fuck priced this sumbitch? Monster would look at it and go, oh.
Yeah.
Can I pay an aether?
Yeah.
Or if you're part of a dungeon, it's like, okay. Yeah, Monster are absolutely rich. Humans
So
can
I only
hardly ever
have
afford their stuff.
552 dungeon gold right now. So I'm gonna need.
You can give them Aether
yeah.
gems.
Um.
Don't you remember you guys get every single day?
Yeah, Matt. We only got 560 for the whole 2 months.
Okay. Good.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's only at like 10 per day, right? So it's not that much. Well, I'm sure it's gonna go move up. I'm sure it's gonna move up for sure. But
Wait. Can somebody post what the allowance is in the chat? Somebody. Somebody should have it written down.
And deep, 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 deep.
Problem with my records is that all of my money and gems are in one big ass pile.
Give me a sec. I gotta find it. Find it.
If I recall, we got something like 500 dungeon gold and 500 dungeon silver.
so that was my the first part, and then I saw 10 dungeon gold and then 10 dungeon silver. I don't remember it ever going up past that, and if that's the case, I don't think I was there.
You guys are going to get the upgrade to it once you complete this quest.
Yeah.
Because your allowance was going to go up after you guys have completed the quests and
So
returned
I think we were on the same boat for.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, if you want to pay him with Aether.
I do have a fair amount of Aether. I have 560 medium.
Yeah. Give her 50 in addition to 500 gold, and it'll be good.
All right.
Yeah. Just bloop. You take it.
Susie will say thank you very
Anything
much.
else? Don't forget to buy more things.
Do you have any dream items?
I do.
Any weapons?
Now, what is a weapon in a dream?
I guess
That's always been the thing that I.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do you have any
Well-
utility items, maybe, or?
Let's go with this. I have dream stuff.
Yeah, dream
Whether you
stuff.
consider it a weapon, a utility, or anything, it's I guess.
Just give whatever's
That you-
cheapest, and then I
you
can
figure it
just
out.
upgrade you to all of nothing.
I got 3 dream things.
Okay.
I have a rock, but it's not a crystal, but it's a rock. And he puts this river rock that has 2 googly eyes and a smiley face on it.
As expected.
This is Mr. Rock.
That rock's the most powerful one.
And then this other one is a bag of candy. I don't know where this container came from. I don't know what this material is. I know it's candy inside. I can't read what's on this. Like, I don't know this language, and I've tried to identify it before, and all I got was it's made up.
How much candy?
It's like a Skittles thing.
Bag? Okay. Yeah.
It's a little baggie of Skittles.
Each candy could be a minor upgrade.
Yeah. And he pulls out this last little one. It's a little hat.
Okay.
It's like a baseball cap. It's a hat. I don't know this material either. There's a little symbol on it. I don't know what that means. But it's got this jumping fish-like thing.
The candy's probably the best one. Indra doesn't like anything I make besides fear, so I bet they could do something fun with that.
Look, these they're hard to come by. Absolutely. So
yeah.
Let's do a superior grade small sized Aether gem for each.
Which candy?
For each item.
Which item? No, you guys got all the.
They're verified dream.
You have 2 of them as well. Yeah.
eats like.
Nope.
Where'd you get them?
Bill got those for us.
Oh.
Nope. Or do you want all three, or do you want like two of them, or one of them? I can get you one of them.
You think on it.
You gonna think about it? I feel like the candy would be up your alley.
You buy me the candy and I'll buy me the rock.
You're not here.
They're causing mayhem.
You're causing mayhem.
You're asleep.
Steal it from my.
I cannot steal it from your item. You can give me consent.
Alright.
You guys figure it out.
Here.
It's like
So, I'm going to finish. I'm going to buy the flowers. I'm going to buy.
the carnelians and the.
Yeah.
That costs 2 gold.
Yeah.
Or flowers.
Yes, but they're important.
Mm-hmm.
The
What else?
carnelians. The lantern's supposed to be in the Temple of the Soldier, so we're going to continue hoping on that. And then I need from him. Does he have any elemental attunement shards or something that resonates the basic elements?
What do you mean by attunement? Like,
So when I was at the Temple of the Soldier,
yeah.
I discovered each soldier needs one of the 4 basic elements.
Oh, you just mean aether crystals. Elemental aether crystals.
Yeah, and we realized they needed to be relatively large.
So, probably supreme grade, size large.
Yeah.
And you need the 8 basic elements.
Yeah.
Plus the 2 weird ones.
Yeah.
Ming has all of that. Aether crystals and aether gems. Ming has a. That's something you can definitely expect her to have.
Yeah. And so I'm like, I need one of the each elements and one for light and darkness, or was it? Yeah.
Yeah, darkness and light were part of the 8.
Yeah.
Order and chaos were also part of that as well.
Order and chaos.
Okay. Do. And brings it up. Okay.
How much?
2 more treasure grade items.
I'm going to put down the immovable rod and the orb of, or the rune of firewall.
Oh. A rune. Okay. And then she'll. Do you have a storage ring?
Yep. Oh no, I have a storage bag.
I can hold them.
I got it.
Okay.
Like,
So,
I just have a bag.
pull out each of them, and when they get to the chaos one, it's a low grade, size small chaos gem. There you go.
Alright.
Do you protest? Because you paid for a
Oh, yeah.
supreme grade and size large.
We can get a
She gave you a
medium
low
one.
grade, size small.
No, because I know that the best forms of chaos are for smaller, more controlled chaos. The bigger it is, the worse off it is, the less pure it is.
Lower the grade and the smaller the size, the better it gets.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't actually have a supreme grade, large size chaos gem because who the fuck carries those?
On top of that, the smaller they are, the better they are.
Yep. So that's why I gave you this one. It's the only one I got of the size, so I upgraded you against my better judgment.
Of course. Thank you very much.
A fireball.
And an immovable rod.
I know where you got these.
Do you?
Yeah. I don't care. I'm just glad they're in my hands.
I know you are.
Ow. It's good to know that they're no longer in the hands of humans, although if they do buy them from me, they will be in the hands of humans.
Yes, that is, I guess, the caveat here. That being said,
Oh,
thank
look,
you
they
very-
already sold.
That being said, I am very grateful for your patronage.
Mm-hmm.
We're all good here, guys? Nothing else?
Well, you also have the other items that you have to pay for.
Oh, yes, no. I'm only going to pay for some of them because some of them I'm just like, yeah. I'll pay for like the Orichalcum and the Dragon's Blood because they wanted a Spirit Aether Gem, and
They do have the Makugi.
what do they want for the Makugi? Because I know that's gonna be hard to find.
Favor.
They want a favor. I'm gonna look at them. What favor?
I need a thing retrieved for me from someone who refused to pay.
Who refused to pay you, Ming?
Desolator didn't pay me. Thing.
Who?
Desolator.
Ah! Ah! Oh, what do you want from the Desolator?
Well, he accidentally destroyed something because he's being a big dumb dragon.
As
So-
dragons do.
Well, the dragons of his type. There was a specific thing in his hoard that was one of his top 3 favorite items that eventually, because he had a little tantrum recently, it got destroyed. So he borrowed my matchless hourglass to reverse time. He never gave it back.
Because he's a dragon.
Well, he's that dragon.
Yes.
And he signed a contract. Bling! And she'll hold it out. And the contract just says defaulted.
Interesting.
Yep. Magical
Well.
contract, but as long as he doesn't leave his territory, I can't do anything to him because, well,
His territory.
yeah, the territorial powers are too strong. Actually, his is more powerful than mine. It's very sad. Anyways, yeah, just get him to pay up.
How about this? You hold on to this, and you hold on to the contract. And once we're done dealing with the things we're having to deal with, I will come back.
Okay. But now I've remembered that I have it. There are some people who may want it.
Of
First come,
course.
first serve.
First come, first serve.
Hmm.
I ask that you give me offer of first rejection.
You take it or you don't. It's a debt collector's job. It's not pretty. Normally I can collect my own debts. I'm pretty good at it, actually.
What is the time limit on the debt collector?
A week.
Hmm.
Well, a week for him before he defaults further into debt.
Understood.
The reason why I can't reclaim it is because he put part of his hoard as collateral.
Yes.
And unfortunately, he's such a powerful dragon, his hoard law and his territory power are preventing me from taking it as a merchant. But if I were to, say, get another flawless evolution underway, he can't stop me.
I see. So you either need a flawless evolution or someone to collect this
If you
debt.
can get me the catalyzing materials, that would also could work. I'd pay you for them, but you'd have to get them for me.
Well, what do you need for catalyzing materials?
I'll give you a list.
And how much of this do we not have?
All of it.
Exactly.
There's only 2 items, though.
I'm gonna look at them. I'm gonna kind of like make a note. I'm gonna go. Interesting. So here's the deal, Ming. I'm getting ready to go and take a venture into Zeki's realm to obtain the status of High Priest.
I see.
If I'm able to do this, obtain the status of High Priest, with this contract deal, as it is a fair and honorable deal, I would be more than willing to, as a representative of Zeki, make sure these deals are collected.
Hey, if you ever happen to come across a writ of judgment, I'll pay for it. Be a great evolutionary material. It would allow me to enforce my agreements and deals with the authority of Zeki.
I can make one.
I pay
just
for
have
it.
to get authorized. I will see what I can do.
Okay. Bet you didn't know that writs and or things of the gods and their words can be used as evolutionary materials. It binds you to them, but I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to be anything but a monster merchant.
This is true, though. We'll see what we can do.
How about this? Everything on your list, including the Makugi. You go get my debt, and you get me a writ. You sign this contract that you're going to do these things for me. It's all paid for. I know writs are not cheap.
And are not easy to make.
Or get. No on the lantern, though. That's a different argument. Or a different deal. Oof.
Oh, don't get me wrong. There's supposedly where I'm going, there will be a lantern there.
Okay.
But it's, I'm taking a gamble.
Okay. So, all good?
All good with me.
That's a good deal for you?
Good deal for me.
Okay. So push this paper.
Sign it.
That is a brutal paper. Like if you have a year.
Yeah.
Which is the only thing on this paper that is somewhat kind. But you are putting up your dungeon, its wealth, as collateral for this. It also has a 33% interest rate if you miss the time, and it compounds every week.
If I miss the time.
If you miss the time.
Yeah. But it gives me a year, so...
Year to get the debt, which is the matchless hourglass from the Desolator. And you need to get the writ of judgment for this person within a year. If you default, all the items that are not used that you originally got from the deal are also, they disappear.
And so.
Yeah. Help pay for the collateral. This is definitely a monster merchant contract. This is awful.
I have a question. Can I, instead of putting the dungeon up? Oh, so I've said the dungeon. I am a VIP with the...
Oh, you want to put your vault wealth up at the bank of sands as collateral?
Yeah, instead of this. Because then he has to try and collect it from the vaults.
Yep. Well, no, that's the thing. The bank will... They welcome debt collectors.
Exactly.
And they'll be like, here's the vault, collect your shit. They'll let them in, and they'll help them collect the debt.
But it's one of the things where, like, I know what I have in my vault already, like some of the stuff, and I'm more willing to put up that as collateral versus what the dungeon has.
If you miss the payment, you could probably survive for 3 weeks. Not so much wealth you got, which is a ridiculous amount, but after 3 weeks, you were destitute broke.
Yeah. Granted, if I fucking renege on this, I lose my VIP status anyway. So yeah, no, I'm going to put my vault up for collateral, not the dungeon.
Okay, deals are done. All that shit on your list, except for the lantern, It's yours.
Here.
That means like, pleasure doing business with you.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Come back and buy my things later. All right, Ellie.
Yeah.
Murder, death, mayhem, kill.
Have you
Ready?
decided?
Yeah, are we gonna buy the drink stuff?
If you want to.
Yeah. John's gonna give me one superior Aether gem to buy the candy. Could
But you're not there.
somebody lend Susie superior Aether gem? I can give it back to them as soon as I'm awake. Got it. I'm a person. I'm just not there in the shop to buy anything.
I will give you my last superior Aether gem.
Give it back to you as soon
Which
as
two
I'm
did you want?
I'm gonna also get the so Susie's buying me the candy and I'm buying the rock as well.
Okay.
You're not there to give them money.
So I am going to make the transaction for Indrid in this case. So I'll take the candy dream.
Okay, done.
The little
And
put up there with her.
then
And I think Indrid would like the rock.
don't want the hat.
The
Pretty cool
hat's
hat.
cool, but I don't think Indrid's much of a hat person. It's more Philip.
Oh, dreams are kind of weird.
I know. What's inside the hat is the question. Could be anything.
True. But also, if people expect Indrid not to be a hat wearer and then they're wearing a hat, well, that's obviously not Indrid.
It's true.
I don't know. Dreams work weird. So you want the rock?
Yes.
Was it the googly eyes? I bet it was the googly eyes. Alright,
Yes.
you got the rock, got the candy. Last attempt on the hat?
Not unless she'll say to the group. Anyone else want to help Indrid out?
I don't got any money. I don't got any money to give to anybody.
No, you don't have to give me one.
Yeah, but I
Alright, they'll put the hat away.
one and I'm superior.
Okay.
Evolution.
All right.
Alright, hat's gone. You have your rock, you have your candy. Woo! Indrid! You're on a mayhem murder kill spree with Somni.
I'm so excited. What fun!
It is to ride.
Yep.
What are you doing, John?
Yeah. There's an actual convoy running, driving through the dream. They have wheels on the cars, but it's also, they have kind of a topsy-turvy, like gravity inverses, and the cars flip and land on their tires and move on. And Sami's like, does a stretch, laces the fingers,
Are
flips
we
them around.
part of the convoy, or is the convoy chasing us?
You guys are watching the convoy from a vantage point in the dream.
Oh,
Drive by.
okay.
All right, so that is that is what I call a necessary convoy. Okay.
Oh?
We're not going to attack that one, because that one's going to the problem site where the Class A is coming out. Okay? You can tell by the symbology on the second car in the convoy. Because the first car is the lead car, they expect that car to get murdered. The second car usually has something important. That little red symbol right there with the little upside down triangle. I don't like to mess with those guys. They have all sorts of doohickeys and gadgets. They're going to go deal with the Class A. Now, we're looking for a convoy with a white square with like 3 diagonal striation lines. That one is, let's just say, an overseer. Somebody who gives orders, but, I mean, the in-charge guy, but doesn't have any skills to deal with the the problem in the first place. So we're gonna murderate that guy. Sound good?
Yeah,
Okay,
murderate.
murderate. I came up with that word. I have no idea what it means other than just kill that guy. Murder. Yamada!
Yes, sister.
Ready for some murderation?
If I don't help you, you're going to get in trouble and going to end up needing my help anyways.
I mean, you can always sit it out. I brought my jar of snakes with me. My jar of
No, it's the
serpents.
serpents. Remember, they're
Yeah.
serpents, not snakes. She gets very angry at you.
I know, but I have a jar of serpents. I'm gonna throw it at him.
I am more than willing to help you right now, dear sister. Let's
You
go.
sound so enthused.
He is very enthused.
All right, and an interminable and uncalculable, but also a really short time later, another convoy goes by. Ooh, that's a blue one. Oh my god, they're pulling out the blue boys? What? Dude, whatever you summon's a big issue. It's always fun because any mess we leave, as long as the Dream Police get there in time, they always clean up our problems. Probably why they hate me a bunch. I
You
leave a
leave
lot of problems.
No, you leave messes.
So you're saying my messes aren't a problem?
Of course not.
Mm,
I leave problems behind.
I'm sad.
Oh, don't.
All right, Mr. Guy. Look, there's our white little convoy truck. Why don't you go show me what a problem looks like? Since
Okay.
only I can make messes, man.
Of course.
I'm gonna pet my jar of serpents like it's okay. Next time. Okay.
Yeah, no, my character's just gonna walk out in front of them.
They don't stop. They just run you over.
And it's gonna get run over, and as that's happening, he's gonna grab the bottom side of it.
Well, the first car, or the second car, or every car in the convoy, because they all run you over.
Yes, all of them.
Well, you can only grab one.
Yeah, second car, because that's the
Yeah.
important one.
All right, Insomnium, go distract them, or do whatever you do. I don't know.
How many cars are there?
There are 8 in the convoy.
8 in the convoy. And the dragon.
The second car's the dragon guy. He went in front of him like, halt, and then immediately gets run over, and then grabs onto the bottom of the second car, turns into a dragon, and just is like, "Fuck this car, running me over and shit." What the?
Okay, so every car except that one, I'll go fire some wings into. 2 wings per car.
Oh shit! All right, roll me that
See how
willpower
that
test.
goes.
I'll just have you do 1, just to make it easy instead of having to roll 7 groups of willpower. It does consolidate it. Ooh, that's a good roll. All right,
That is a good
I'm
roll.
gonna make some defense. I'm gonna make some defense. That's not good for them. That's better. That's oh god, that's terrible. That's much better. That's terrible. Oh my gosh, that's
Rolling
terrible.
high,
1, 2, 3,
Matt.
4, 5, 6. Okay, 1 car. Their barrier goes off and protects them. The other 6 cars don't. Some swerves. Some of them, the driver falls asleep at the wheel. One guy explodes, veers off. Like all of but 1 car is in a mess. And somebody's like, "Dude, let's go. How'd you do that?" Man.
Insomnium does finger guns. Can I call my wings back? Can you hear him?
Again,
Is
We can hear you.
I can't hear Matt though.
it's probably some talk to him, I guess.
Oh, okay. I understand now. Do you have lip chap?
Not in here.
We
Do
should
you
bring
have
some
lip chap?
in here. I do not, or else I wouldn't be asking.
Well, you never know.
Sure, there's chips in the cupboard.
Yeah.
Some cheese bread. Make some toast. Let's see how what? Oh, do we have? Oh yeah, I did. Fuck, I forgot about. Why didn't I bring that in when we first got the?
Sorry about that. Yeah, your wings fly back to you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My wings fly
Your
back
wings.
to me.
Yeah. When you shook your wings at them, it was kind of weird. They like detached, floated forward, and were like, "I'm gonna fuck this car up."
Excellent. I love.
And then they fly back to you, and you're like, "Wait, aren't I? My wings flying away from me? Aren't they supposed to?" No, it's a dream. It doesn't need to make sense.
A dream. It's a dream. It's good. So we got
Dude,
one car left.
Yeah, that car swivels, and the team pours out of the back, and one guy, he kind of looks around, sees you guys up on the hill, and he takes his big old staff, and he slams the butt of it into the ground, and a ripple rolls through the immediate area. I'm going to have you roll toughness.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's like, uh-oh. And immediately puts on the
Oh
mask.
my god.
What?
I don't have any fate points in this life.
Well, you have them from Intred.
Can
Right,
I use a fate point from Indra?
Just form
Nope.
in the dream.
Close the door.
Nope. You are stunned, and a bunch of shackles wrap around you, tie you up, and can pull you into the ground.
Not
And you're like,
again.
like your head's ringing. It's like, oh fuck.
It's because I commented.
And then you
really
just
quick
kind of
so
hear muffled, "Oh dear. 1 second, darling. I'll be right back." And then when you do come to, you hear a snip and a ka-chink and breaking of chains. And there is a very fancy, well-dressed officer-looking guy with flowing golden hair. Very Captain America looking. And he's got kind of wide eyes in fear as Carpenter is spinning her blade in her fingers. Yamada is kind of picking his teeth, pulling, remnants of his meal out of his teeth. And they're waking you up. And it's just that guy tied up and the three of you.
Sister, are you sure I can't break apart his magic?
I didn't say you couldn't, darling. Also, your sister's kind of here. It's Carpenter. I don't care. I thought we were going to let the new one have a little fun. Unless the inner dragon of you is talking. I understand.
It's mostly the inner dragon.
It's always me.
It is, because the only thing more important than me is my sister.
Well, it's not too bad to make new friends and whatnot. Let's see what the little one can do. Insomnium, was it?
Yeah.
Hi, it's Carpenter. Insomnia's with me, but when the mask is on, it's me, Carpenter, the Dream Demon.
Ah, yes.
So, this is the white coat of the Dream Police. They're overseers, administrators, supervisors, managers, directors, well, anything that has to do with administration, you see. They're the only ones allowed to handle the complicated paperwork for actual, real decision making. This would also be the one who would know where they put your ID. The one the dream police forced you to make. The one they will use to track you everywhere you go in the dream.
So you want me to torture him?
No,
I want to
darling,
torture
no.
him?
No, have some sophistication.
Oh.
We will ask nicely, and if that doesn't work, we ask a little less nicely, and then we eventually work our way down to aggressive torture. Stages, darling, stages.
Okay.
If they know what's best for them, they'll cooperate.
Yeah.
It's your show, darling. And know that this is a very big privilege. Yamada doesn't like to share his prey. So, put on a good show at least. Remember, start with asking nicely. You can talk normally.
Okay.
It'll be a lot. It'll be a lot of talking.
It will be a lot. Okay. Hi. Can I get my ID back?
Do you need a copy printed for you? Did you lose yours?
No, I'm gonna need like the original.
I don't. I can't get that for you. I'm not an archivist. I'm not.
Could you show me like where I could find somebody who could get one for me?
We're not supposed to talk about
But I
the
mean, I won't
locations of
tell,
other
and
essential
you won't
personnel.
tell. Who's gonna know?
Well, once you do something with anything I tell you, they'll know.
Nah, I'm a smart boy. They'll think I figured it out.
It said you were non-binary on your ID sheet. Are you male?
Boy can be used, anywhere. It's just a word. Don't get too hung up on it.
Well, I can't. I can't reveal the location or whereabouts of essential personnel. That's against the company code.
But I mean, like, aren't you like a big man in charge? You could
Well,
do
I
this
can make
on your own.
decisions.
You can make your decisions. You can make this decision.
I could possibly do that. It would most likely adversely affect those people.
I'm not gonna hurt them. I want to know where my ID is.
We are. I am absolutely going to murder them.
You're not helping.
Darling,
I'm trying to ask
if we're going to get your
nicely.
ID, well, he needs to know the gravity of the situation. I hope we get past the ask nicely, where we get to the harming him part.
So
That's the fun
you
bit.
didn't want to ask nicely at all. You really just want to harm him.
Right, but we gotta go through the song and dance.
Hey.
We gotta give him a chance. Which we hope he doesn't take.
Can we just
Or at least
spook
I
him?
don't.
Can we just spook him? Why are
That's
we
up
gonna
to you,
do
darling. You're
all
the
this?
interrogator.
Oh.
You're the person asking questions. It's up to you to how you want to ask those questions. You started with nicely. I mean, it's, well, whatever you want from here on.
You're just trying to mess me up, aren't you?
What am I trying to mess you up with, darling?
You're just messing with me. You're just
I'm not.
messing with me.
No. I have a way I like things done. It usually starts with asking nice, and then I start cutting.
I think the injured way is going to be different. We'll do
Well,
this one
you're
your way, but the next one we're just going to spook.
Oh, so you want? Can I start cutting?
Yeah, if you want to, man, go for it. I'm not stopping you.
She'll flow over. Ugh, gosh darn it! Apologies, Yamada. This one was yours.
It was.
Dang it! Can I have the fingers?
Fine. I know how you like to collect.
Mm. And they'll look back, and he's like, "I'll talk. I don't do this torture thing." And then she's already removed one finger, and he's like, mm. "Oh, you should start giving us the relevant information before you lose all of your fingers."
I feel
Man,
like
he
this
will
is
spit out the information lickety split, but he still loses a total of 3 fingers on his left hand. Oh darn, that was rather quick. I didn't even get to the other hand. Alright. Deal's a deal, I suppose. I didn't even get to the thumbs. Those are my favorite. Should I start with the thumbs next time?
you play a bit too much with your food.
It's my favorite.
Quick
Alright, Yamada,
here,
he's all
but
yours.
very potent. I like it.
Yeah.
Actually, you get a new idea of fear. That guy was so afraid. And it wasn't because that, just the losing the fingers part. It's actually of that kitchen knife. If he loses parts of him from that weapon, that's a permanent loss of his dream self. He never gets those back. That's a different type of fear. Go ahead and improve a stat block by 5 and another stat block by 5 as you're like that literal fear was tangible that it just improved your dream self.
I'm going to lean over and like, what she is talking about is dream severance.
Oh yes, it's Snicker snack.
Snicker snack.
So, -5 to 2 skills? Yeah, okay.
And Yamada is just gonna breathe on him until it doesn't exist anymore. For Indrid's sake, he actually breathes light.
He'll drop an amulet, kind of like a very Egyptian, big and heavy, ancient work amulet with an eye on it. Oh my goodness! He actually had an eye of Ra. Well. Fight you for it.
I was gonna say let's give it to the small one.
Ugh, but Somni doesn't have one yet either. No, you're right. Or we can make a trade. Apparently Yamada has vouched to give it to you. All the headaches that come with it and all the power that comes with it. Do you want it? Or not?
How do you, small guy?
The amulet?
Yeah.
It's an amulet of Ra? What does that do?
Oh, darling, that's not part of the game. You either take it or you don't.
Oh.
These two things could be. Both of them sound pretty good.
It's a giant, heavy necklace. Like you're looking at a 20-pound necklace, and there's this massive amulet in the middle with a embossed open eye on it.
I'm gonna put it on.
Okay.
Heavy.
Oh, yes. It's one of the few things in the dream that actually have tangible weight. Now that you've accepted it, she'll pull off the mask. Ugh, time's up, I guess. Somebody's like, yuck, yee, murder, death, kill.
I got
Ah.
some bling.
Oh, man, you got the amulet. I suppose it's for the best.
Yes, or else you would cause untold trouble with it.
Well, yes, because trouble would find me at that point. Look, it's an amulet of protection, but it also it tracks trouble to you more often than not.
And with our little crusade, my dear sister does not need more trouble.
What says you?
I look out for you.
I know. Thank you. What do you want to do, Insomnium? You want to strike out at them, or do you want to go home and take a break?
I want to cause untold trouble.
Well, untold trouble means interfering with the arrival of the Class A. Well, that may be a problem for both of us, because he'll eat this plane of the... Yeah, that's not good. Be careful of your words. Untold trouble means trouble for everyone. Fuck with the police, on the other hand, that's very directed.
Fuck the police! Fuck the police!
The police! You and Sammy are just like, fuck the police! Just having a great time. And you guys, eventually, there's a place you conclude that is the best place to hit, which is another bureau branch, and Somni will finally get to use her jar of serpents. Oh yeah, it'll be great. It'll be
Excellent.
great.
I love it.
Oh, it'll be good. Yamada, all he does is has a taciturn, just stony face as he just kind of looks at between the both of you. And when you guys get up to go, all he does is brush himself off, breathe in heavily, breathe out heavily, and just follow.
Beautiful. That was heartwarming.
Alright, we're gonna hop over to Grimold. Grim.
Yep.
Okay. The game is afoot, Grimold. You have prey. And you met a very powerful entity who you actually kind of agreed with.
It ended off just fine. Felt.
Yeah, in fact, you kind of felt a bit of camaraderie. They want violence. They think that the monsters should rule this world. Humans are just prey. Why are we making peace with them?
Yep. Makes sense to me.
That doesn't make any sense. They're weak. They deserve to be hunted. Would you help me? And you're like, yeah, let's do this. Okay. Finding your prey with the instructions given, you're not familiar with city life. But they were giving you a kind of a visual description of where they're most likely to be at, which is a very centralized part of town where an immense amount of color and vibrancy and wealth accumulates. At some point during your trek over, there is a little burning eyeball that kind of floats over to you, and it does see you, but no one seems to see it. And there's a voice, that voice of the Gorgon, that kind of comes through. Your camouflage has made it very difficult for me to find you, which is very good. I'm rather impressed. Sorry for looking into you like this, but my bloodline powers does, although it requires effort, allow me to see through illusion.
And who might you be?
We spoke. I gave you a task.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, this is my projection magic. I project.
Could I recognize his voice? Did I know it was him?
Yes. No, it's not him. It's her. It's that Gorgon.
Oh, her. Okay, her. Yeah, sorry.
It's basically a burning eye
Okay. Yeah.
that is made of magic.
I don't act perplexed then. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a burning eye made of magic.
Cool.
And they're speaking through it. It's an interesting magic. I've got more information for you about their whereabouts for you to help you, so to speak. They're
Excellent.
currently meeting at a restaurant. You can... Perhaps the name won't help you as much, but it has a very potent, spicy scent to it in the main thoroughfare. There's no other like it. They're well known for their uses of peppers and other spices.
I should be able to smell it because of my heightened senses.
Yeah,
right?
no, you were avoiding going that way because it burns your nose.
Yep.
I would actually visit this vendor. Ask for the nose covering. And say... the Queen of Jewels sent you. You shouldn't be charged for it. It'll be a nose covering for you so you don't sneeze consistently in the vicinity of the shop. They're going to be in there, in one of the back rooms, talking business. I don't want to tell you how to kill your prey, but there's a lot of guards, and you must make it look like Ross killed him. You must not be caught, and there must not be any suspicion that there was foul play from a third party.
I need to be able to see Ross first before I do anything else.
Mm-hmm. So, it is a restaurant with daffodil awnings, which is a very difficult color to get. And it has this red embroidered chilies on the awnings. So there's only one shop like it, and you know exactly where it is. And you're pointed in the direction of the shop the Queen told you to go to.
Okay.
And there's individual, a lamia actually, but covered with a headdress and a face mask. You can only see the eyes, and they kind of squint at you through those eyes, and they're kind of looking. Is someone there? Hello? There's merchants that can't see you, but they're like, is someone there?
Yep. I obviously stay quiet.
They kind of lean back, but nothing about them relaxes. They just kind of eyes darting around.
Yep.
I'm a merchant. Reveal yourself if you have business with me, or at least speak to me.
This is the merchant that I'm to kill, correct?
No, it's the merchant to get the face covering so you don't constantly sneeze in the
Right. Okay. Yeah, okay. So
because of your heightened sense of smell, the amount of peppers they use literally will send you into a sneezing fit.
Okay. So I just speak from the shadows. I'm here in regards to a nose covering.
10 gold.
And then I use the friend network. Can somebody put 10 gold in my...
No, you were told to use the name Queen of Jewels, and it's free.
Oh, okay. Say, the Queen of Jewels sent me.
Ah, then they'll pass you a nose covering. What's your size?
What sizes do they come in?
I
I just have my nightmare twin appear.
Oh, and they'll pull out another one. There you go. Fair travels, Hunter. As they kind of lean back, but they kind of shiver themselves, kind of like, oh, fuck. That was spooky.
I take it and I head out.
Oh gosh, the moment you put it on, you can smell, but it doesn't like sear your sinuses.
That's very nice. Much better.
And there's the shop across the street. And when you get closer, it does get more potent. The closer you get to the shop, but with the nose cover, it doesn't hurt. It's just like, oof,
Right.
that's really strong. Wow. In fact, that's probably the only thing you'll be able to smell while next to this shop. Oof. You want to dart into the shop? You want to stalk around, check the place out?
I need to look for Ras. Like, I need to find.
You were told they were in a back room together in a private booth
All right, yeah.
for a lunch meeting.
In this shop that I'm nearby right now.
Think of it as an open restaurant.
Okay.
There aren't any walls on the front. It's kind of open seating, open to the air and the environment.
Right.
But it is underneath a roof. And there are the kitchen's further in the back. But there is a corridor that leads to private rooms that are enclosed.
All right, I'm gonna sneak in.
Okay, stealth please. -20 due to the unpredictability of the restaurant and the all the different elements.
That's with my indoor bonuses and all that. My dark bonuses -20.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck, your stealth is so broken.
Yeah, it's pretty much can't fail. I don't think.
You sneak in, you weave your way through. During your time in the restaurant, your heightened senses smell will be disabled.
Okay.
But with the face cover, it is not a negative.
Right.
There are people crying out in pain, eating food. And they're eating, and then they cry out, they drink some sort of drink, and then they go back, and they eat as much as they can, and then they cry out in pain, sweating and everything, and then they drink the drink, and you're like, what is this insanity? They paid for this.
That's wild.
Some people are eating stuff that smells even more potently than some of the others, and they're just eating it like, oh, this is a little hot. Oh, but this is good. Yeah. You don't see anyone with a powerful nose in the area.
Yeah, that would make sense.
You make your way back. There is a guard there, but your stealth is pretty damn good. Let's see if I can roll over 12 degrees of success. Well, let's give it a try, folks. No, not even close.
Very nice.
You make your way back. There are 4 rooms, 4 private rooms. Sounds like 3 of them are occupied, but that doesn't mean the 4th one isn't. It's just quiet. And all 4 of the doors are closed.
Mm-hmm. And there's no way for me to tell
You have to listen.
one he's in. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use my heightened senses for my ears and see if I can't
Okay.
hear something that would indicate.
Go ahead and make me an awareness, please.
Yep.
Because everyone's talking in a low, hushed voice. Room 1, there's 2 voices, one lower than the other. They're talking about a massive trade agreement there's a lot of untapped resources, especially after the apostles came through. The realm has shifted. There is a new power in place, but as long as we can skirt that growing power and or push it back a little bit, or even pay them off, there's a lot of untapped wealth in the desert in the immediate area that only the quick can get. Only those with capability can get. And they're going into detail specifically about some of the territories that you guys have just assimilated. Looks like the Burning Quarry was not completely stripped yet. And in fact, there is word from these guys that the Burning Quarry was just a result of what's beneath it, which is the real value, which was discovered. There's a big business opportunity there, but only those with fire immunity, fire resistance, and, well, the fire element gear will survive that type of foray.
Okay, what's I'm not convinced that that's the right conversation. Can I listen into something else?
Yep. Go ahead and roll me an awareness for booth 2.
Yep.
These guys are very coy about the way they're talking. They're talking about everything in kind of some sort of code word. The assets will arrive when, the moon has risen on the 4th night. But it's kind of like, does that mean 2 months? Like 4 fortnights? Like that's a long time. They're always referring to whatever they're dealing with some replacement of a word, or the amount is replaced with a different type. And kind of go ahead and make me a logic test at a -40.
Eesh. Okay.
It's not easy. There are some of the words you can figure out. No.
No.
But whatever they're planning, it's big. It's a big shift.
Does it sound like they're planning a deal, or does it sound like
Oh.
they're maybe planning some sort of like nefarious event?
Both, actually.
Okay.
It looks like
If I remember correctly, I was told that they were brokering a deal that I needed to stop by basically acting treacherously.
It sounds like there is an event that they are wanting to host because of a new opportunity, and that a big deal needs to go through first.
Crib,
Oh, okay. Yep.
how many boons do you have left?
I have 5.
All right. I can give you a +30 if you want to use the rest of the boons to pass that logic.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is it, but I can burn my boons actually. Actually, I have 4 boons left, so that's 20.
You're gonna have to
Yeah.
really cut through
Yeah.
those.
And I'll
I'm
use
not.
a fate point for help you reroll. How about that?
I think I'm pretty confident in this room so far.
Okay.
You want to listen to the third one?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to the third one just to see what's up.
Sounds like 2 humans talking. One sounds very awkward though when they talk. Like whatever this language is, it's not their first language.
Okay.
And roll me that awareness. Okay. You want to use a boon? Do you want? Actually, Susie, go ahead and help him with your awareness, please.
Oh yeah. Let's pass that. Hopefully. Plus 30.
Okay, there you go. The plus 30. There you go. You're kind of straining. This conversation you're listening to is a little too muffled, and then it sharpens abruptly. What you're listening to is a very simple business deal. They don't really elaborate on the details, but one guy is like, the amount of goods you have requested at the new agreed upon amount of incoming goods has been approved and should be here in 2 weeks. I hope this will encourage the individuals on your side to meet the demands of our side, as we have done for you. And I hope this is something we can continue doing going forward. Business is business. That's the third room. And the fourth room is completely silent.
Silent as in there's no one in there, or silent as in there's some sort of...
It's just silent. You don't know if anyone's in there. There's just the other 3 rooms you can listen into. The fourth room, all the doors are closed. And it's kind of a one way in, one way out type of thing. So the only way you could open a door safely is if somebody opened it for you.
Right.
But if you open the door, well, they'll know something's up.
Right.
Fourth door, it's closed, just like the other 3. No sound at all. It could be empty.
Even if I were to go into one of these rooms, I don't think I could do so undetected.
Right, you couldn't, because even if you aren't seen, the door has been opened.
Right.
That would put everyone on alert.
Yep. So I'm just going to wait for these people to file out of their doors. Just do some old-fashioned recon.
Is this a stakeout?
This is just a stakeout.
Alright, roll me willpower. This will be your discipline. Because you're a cat, you get bored easily. But you're also on a hunt. So
I'm
that's
also
why
on a hunt, so I don't
But
get bored.
also is why you get no negatives. You just gotta pass a
Okay.
basic willpower test.
Okay, let's... Yeah, there's not a chance I'm passing willpower.
Well, let's get a... You want to use some boons here?
I mean, what
We are
happens?
nearing the end of the session.
Do I just fall asleep, or...?
Yeah, you'd probably take a nap.
Oh, weird. Okay. If I use 4, let's see. My initial is 74, so I need to cover... Yeah, I'll use, like, do 2 boons cover it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll use 2 boons.
Alright. Oh, man. You move away for a brief moment, you pull the little nose cover up, and that spike, that burning sensation through your nose wakes you right the fuck up, and you put it down, and you go back to waiting. And there are quite a bit of traffic coming in and out, but 4 hours later, out of room 4, the room with no noise, a very portly fellow who has to literally sidewalk while holding in their belly to get through the door frame exits the room, followed by a upright tiger person wearing extremely expensive finery and clothes, looking smug. God, that's a lot of smugness. But both of them look very pleased with themselves.
Right. I'm just gonna pay very close attention to how his feet look and how his claws look And how his teeth look?
His teeth, or his maw, and his paws are bigger than yours.
Okay.
By a good 4 inches. So, if someone were to compare, they would not match up if you were to maul the intended target, which is the fat man.
Okay.
You would also probably need one of the, if you were to like bite someone or claw them, the tiger person, the Rakshasa, has a lot of jewelry. You'd probably need some of their jewels to get accidentally caught in the person's clothes or the wounds or whatever. Like, because the Queen of Jewels specifically said you needed to set this person up.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. I don't know. What kind of jewels is he wearing?
He is wearing all sorts of finery and accessories. Like, even on his hand, he's got all sorts of
Right.
rings. He's got kind of this bracelet thing on one hand. Like, this guy has at least 20 different pairs of jewelry on him. He even has
Okay.
earrings, several piercings on his ears. Like, this guy loves to show off every last bit of his wealth
Right.
that he can cram on his person.
Right.
That is not a very tactical decision for a hunter, but something about him tells you he hunts differently than you do,
Right.
which is no less lethal, though. He's a practiced hunter. He just doesn't hunt the way you would hunt.
Right. Right.
Interesting. All right. What would you like to do now?
I'm gonna go find them. Well, is there any way I can steal one of his pieces of jewelry without him noticing, you think?
There's a lot of ways to attempt it.
Don't know how. Well, I don't have very high sleight of hand. I probably shouldn't try that. I do have high agility.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was just about to say, you have high agility.
Super high agility. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to take one of his pieces of jewelry off.
Would it be
Without him noticing?
You might need something to replace it with.
I'm gonna distract him, like cause a commotion or something, and in the scuffle. Actually, I don't know.
Doesn't Eatsley have that other piece of jewelry? Didn't we get like
I don't
2
know.
necklaces or something?
What?
Didn't we get two necklaces?
We did.
Could we take the one that was crappier and use this as a replacement?
What I'm gonna do is, all right, are there any like bartenders or like servants or wait staff or anything like that, Matt?
There's plenty of wait staff everywhere.
All right, I'm gonna try to do this. So this is what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to time it. I'm going to shove a waitstaff into him, and when the waitstaff hits him, I'm gonna try to lift a piece of jewelry off of him.
That'll be a sleight of hand to do the theft. It's not too hard to bump someone in there. You're invisible. Okay.
Did it even include your unnatural? Well done.
Oh, I didn't include my unnatural. Oh yeah, huh?
All right. You bump in, and the waitstaff hits him, spills the steaming hot food all over him with his very spicy, and he just stands there paused. And as you go to remove the thing, the wait staff kind of picks up a hand, pauses, and you've removed the jewelry, but he clocks it. But he clocks that the waitstaff took it.
Haha. That's what I was hoping for, actually.
Well, no, he sees the jewelry leaving his person. You'd have to make sure that the waitstaff, as they put their hand down, that they actually the ones who grabbed it. Because he made that you took it.
But he made that the wait staff took it. Is there any chance that he's just going to interrogate?
Claim it. You won't be able to take it with you. He clocked that the jewelry left his person. So you would have to just let it go this time.
Okay. How do I do that without being detected?
You just drop it. It's a free action drop.
All right, I'm gonna drop it.
They kind of look at the jewelry like, oh, I didn't. That wasn't. And then he just points a hand at them and goes, disintegrate. And that person's dust. And he snaps his fingers, and his clothes eject all of the food on it, and completely return to pristine status. Prestidigitation. My dear friend, I think we need to eat at a different establishment. This seems to be a den of thieves. And the fat man is like, yes, well, thieves everywhere in this city. And they both have a chuckle to themselves. And they leave. There's a reason. This guy is a sorcerer. That is a high-level spell, and he just killed that guy casually. That's a dangerous target that you've been put towards. Fortunately, you don't have to kill that guy. You just have to frame that guy.
Yep.
But if he's a magic user, that changes things. Because there's a fuck ton of stuff you can do with magic. The options have opened. Alright, so we are getting down to it for tonight. We will continue the hunt next week. We will also, for Insomnium, we will continue the Carnage and Mayhem next week. We will finish up with our 3 boys in the shop. And then we'll cut it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Eatsley, Susie, and Philippe. What's the plan, fam?
Well, we got the stuff we came here for. Do you guys need anything else in this town?
No, on my end.
Susie?
It's just come to my attention about something. So we know that Grim was talking to the Medusa lady.
Do we?
No.
We don't.
He actually went dark for about 10 minutes off the friend network.
Grim has decided not to tell us that there is someone coming to kill us or get the merchandise back. Okay.
Yep.
He has not said anything.
Yeah. Hopefully Spider Sense will pick something up. So yeah.
Speaking of which...
I wasn't aware that we were off the friend network. I mean, in the past, we've just kind of had sort of assumed knowledge.
You don't reach out a lot through it. It's nice to have it there when it's nice to have it, but normally you don't like relying on it. You don't need their help to hunt.
Yeah, but I guess this is more like of a meta conversation. In the past, we've sort of had implicit knowledge of each other's dealings when we're on the friend network.
Only
No,
if I
the
told
connection
you.
was cut during your time inside the Gorgon's home.
Was I aware of this?
No.
Okay.
Was I aware
And
of this?
Everyone's aware that Gribbled went off the radar for 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, I don't want to metagame, but just for the record, I was not aware that you guys didn't know what I was up to.
yeah, no.
And then when he's back on the network, I mean, he's quiet. He just goes about his business. He's alive. He's fine.
He doesn't talk much on the network.
He doesn't talk at all, very much at all. He could have walked through a cloistered part of town, because there are certain stalls that have like Ming's shop.
Mhm.
If you ask for it, you or just are in the proximity of somebody who asks for a privacy bubble. That's what that looks like.
So how? Okay, so quick question then: how can Susie help me with roles if she's not aware of what I'm doing?
I helped you with
You were
rolls after the
only
fact.
yeah. So it was only during your conversation with
Mm.
the Gorgon that the connection was cut, which
Okay.
didn't require any rolls. It was just RP. And the
Right,
moment you
right.
left their house, the connection was reestablished. That's it. So
Okay.
they weren't able to hear anything that you were saying or it was said to you during your conversation with the Gorgon.
Right, right.
But anything after that, you know, they can look into it if you like. They can listen into the conversations you were listening to in the restaurant. So, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so you don't know.
Yeah, they don't know. Speaking of which, when you leave the store, the street is it's not empty, but there's a big circular space, and this is the most crowded part of the area of the market.
I'm gonna sigh. I'm like, all right, Susie. I know you don't do combat, so please stand behind me. Phil,
It's snoring.
I smack Phil.
He
I
doesn't wake
don't
up
know.
because you can't hit him hard enough to wake him up.
Okay.
Unless you're using your Makuits.
I'm gonna grab and lift. Oh wait, I can't lift Phil off. I'm
No.
gonna be smart. I'm gonna take off the arm bracelets.
I'm just gonna put the food in front of his face.
You can put food in front of us? That might wake him up.
Phil, you smell something delicious.
Okay. Let me just.
Right there. It's dancing. The steam, the aroma is almost dancing into your nostrils. Do you want to wake up? Or do you want to chase it in your dreams? This
No,
delicious meal running away from you.
Oh, let me just double check something. Oh, it's in that. I thought the mouse brew was in awareness, not sign engines. Anyway. Yeah, sure, I'll wake up.
Oh, there's food. There is food!
Yes, there is food.
Phil?
I will jump on that food.
It's gone.
Well,
And a
Phil.
big feathered serpent head comes down.
Mhm.
Eyes filled with magic.
Very good.
Phil, I was trying to wake you up before this. We're going to be fighting something.
Jewels, please.
No.
Any diamonds or jewels on your person, hand them over.
No.
I hoped you'd said that. And Ming kind of marches over. Not in front of my shop! You know this. And she's like, literally pumps a shotgun. And the thing buzzes with power.
A magic shotgun. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, basically a hex tech. Dwarven made with just thing buzzes with power. I will shoot a lizard. Not in my shop. Take it down there. Actually, it'd be really good if you took it down there and absolutely wrecked that part of the market.
You want that just because it destroys your competition.
I don't really have people who can really compete with me, but if I get more business, I mean,
Look, I'll go down there if you pay us.
I'll shoot you.
I heard talk of an arena somewhere.
No.
Yeah, take that to the arena.
Well, see, we're not going to be able to go to the arena because here's the thing. He wants to rob us. Phil, he wants to rob all of us.
Yeah, why did you choose to do it here? Because they would have made it elsewhere.
Oh, because...
Also, I have places to go.
Well, also because he's a dumb serpent. And not even a feathered serpent. A winged serpent? Ugh.
Oh, dude, you just pissed a fucking character off. Look at you go. Oh, man.
I have a question.
Hmm?
How many rounds would the enchantment on these bracers last?
You could also just take it off.
I mean, if I turn my engine on, how long will the bracers last?
We know that it's not going to. So just put them into your...
It'll last 4 turns, and then the thing breaks, and you go poof, and then everything in the immediate vicinity goes. Do I beat you in Do I beat you in the physics world? No, they don't. You would destroy all the buildings in the immediate area because you're so big. And this is one of the most crowded, and vertically stacked area. You would destroy so much destruction. Just moving would destroy more stuff or make destroyed stuff more destroyed.
Okay.
There's a reason why they made you corgi sized.
Okay. This serpent, can it fly?
This can. It's a winged serpent. It noodles through the air.
Okay.
It is still size reduced.
No. I point at it. I say, you. Me. I point at it. And I say, hey.
He chuckles. I'll fight all 3 of you in the arena. And everyone's in the shops, in the streets are like, okay, well, look at this confident motherfucker. All right.
Remember that you have the dual power from the Scorpion Knight.
The Sand Knight, yeah. So, do you guys want to fight here, or do you guys want to go to the arena?
I'd prefer not to fight.
At all?
At all, yes. Go away.
You can pay for the equivalent cost of jewels that you have with other means.
I bought them fair and square.
Then I will be using my right as a monstre to take what is yours and make it mine through might.
I'm just going to turn on my apocalypse engine and poke him.
Do not turn on your apocalypse engine. You're still wearing the thing. And then you'll pay me for the difference.
He has 4 turns to use it before it breaks.
No, you're going to be paying for damage to the object.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't think. Okay, never mind.
You were told, do not destroy or harm the object because we have put a down payment deposit on it that we get back if we return it in good condition. But if you destroy it because of your anti-magic stuff, we don't get our deposit back.
In that case, I'll just look at Eat Sleep and be like, "What?" Over the network, I'll be like, "What do you want to do, man?"
Fight me here or in the arena. Either works for me. Ming's like, you fight here, I will shoot you. And
I'm gonna
another
look at him.
kind of a toad-looking Tengu type of creature with a big old hat pokes a head out of the store with a staff. Yes, if you fight here, I'll mess you up, young gun.
Look at the toad. And I'm gonna look like, I have a question.
You
You're
talking to the toad?
No, I'm talking to the flying, the winged serpent. What are you, winged serpent? What do you call yourself? Your monster race.
I am a Kodal.
You are not a Kodal.
I'm not a Quexicodal, I'm a Kodal.
Oh, understood. So therefore, you fall under the purview of the sun, do you not?
Who knows?
So I'll do my, fun facts about monsters on this guy.
Okay. You gonna make a roll?
Don't need to. You just,
Okay.
It's just, I look at this thing. What is it?
Alright, so fun facts about monsters. The Kodals are a flying serpent race, but they are the equivalent of drakes to their dragons. A Quetzalcoatl is their superior bloodline race, which are basically a supreme level dragon species. But there is only one family bloodline of that. All the other dragons of their species are Kodals, which are significantly weaker, still legendary, but bloodlines. They're a wind species. They're also primarily a magic species. They do not have issues with elemental disharmony, and or the Quetzalcoatl species takes that to the next level of the reducing negatives of having just unlimited elemental synergies. Codals, usually due to their position, they're sought after by more powerful monster species as servants. Very few Codals don't have a master. Fun fact, if you find a Codal without a master, why not try and make it yours? Your servant. You have to beat them in a fight, but if they have a master, be careful. If you defeat the servant, you may end up having to fight the master. Fun fact, all Kodals have a very powerful breath weapon. Don't get hit.
Thank you.
They're kind of the drakes of Shadowrun. It's very, very difficult to find a drake without some sort of dragon, as their master. But in this case, Kodals, as long as the monster is far more powerful than them, they respect strength. And they eventually take a master. They are not weak creatures. But he looks adorable. He's so small. He does have the size bracer on his one of his forward legs.
He's got legs?
Yeah, he's got 2 arms.
Oh.
One of his things he stands on. So he's got two forearms.
Oh, I thought
Hands.
this. Okay, yeah. I was thinking Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl doesn't have wings.
He's a winged serpent. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just looking at him. over the friend network. Like, do we want to fight him, or do we just want to deal with him?
We could always. I just stay over the friend network. We could just leave.
Phil, give me a survival test and an awareness test as you look this thing up and down.
Sure, survival.
You guys hear Grim pipe up through the friend network. Fight who?
First time you hear Grim talking about, like, ooh, fight? Fight who?
I don't know. Some asshole's trying to take the stuff that I bought, and I'm tempted just to deal with it.
Oh yeah, I thought you heard in on that conversation. They're definitely gonna come and try to take that stuff back.
Understood.
Everyone in the group, like, what conversation? Weird.
I'll
Phil.
reroll that. Why not?
All right.
No.
Give me that reroll, Phil.
Wait, hold on. Do I actually need to? Wait, this is a.
You should.
No. I have a. Oh, I have plus 10 to the roll.
Is that enough?
Yeah. You rolled an 86.
No. Like on top of that.
Right. You rolled a 95.
I rolled a 95.
No.
No,
rolled
I rolled an
86. You would have.
Oh yeah, I would still have to
fail.
reroll.
Okay.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
Ew.
I'm gonna get you. Don't worry.
I have plus 20, not just plus 10.
So,
All right, you get a plus 30. It's the awareness roll.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
top
You can.
of that,
This guy.
Mhm.
He's a really, really magical creature.
sweet.
You know what you're really good at against?
Eating
Stupidly
magic
magical creatures.
Yes.
You could fuck this guy up. The downside, you'd have to get to him. He looks pretty quick in the air, because he is a wind element, and they're tricky. But
You also have fly.
yeah, you can fly, but definitely not as fast as this guy. Hitting him would be the problem. All you gotta do is get your hands on this fucker, and then shouldn't be too much of an issue. If you can hit him, it won't be too much of a fight. It's him hitting you with spells that are above your resistance rating and hurting you over a series of attacks while evading you. So it's a bit of a catch me if you can scenario. And he'll wear you down over time. And then if you can't catch him, then you will lose. But you only need to catch him once, maybe twice, to really fuck the guy over. Because, yeah. But that's going to be an annoying fight. Oh, yeah.
And he wants to do
Easily.
3v1?
he does.
Yeah, he's willing to fight all three of you at the same time.
I'm going
So there
to-
is no complaints among your group about how strong he is.
This is true.
Because he's going to fuck you all up.
I am going to be very cheesy here, guys. Okay. Again, do we want to fight or do we just want to deal with him? I can do either or.
How are you
Problem is
dealing
defying.
with him?
I am going to call in a favor.
Well, I have done that many a times, and when I get to play games, it's like, oh, I don't want to deal with this headache. Favor time.
Yeah.
The question is, are we fighting at daytime or nighttime?
Daytime.
Yeah, the Kotal's gonna want to fight in the noon sun.
What? So it should be about noon now, right?
A little bit before full noon. You guys are about 10 o'clock.
Okay.
You guys got in pretty early. Well, the sun is always frickin' up in the desert. Like, there is
not
hardly
hungry.
any time, unless it's near the winter. You guys are in the summer months, so the sun's up usually about 18 hours, and there's only 6 hours of darkness, and then it flips back during winter. So there's only 6 hours of light, 18 hours of darkness.
Okay. Fuck it. I'm just gonna call. Okay. Do you guys mind if I just call in a favor?
You can do what you want, man. I'm willing. I'm willing
Yeah.
to fight him.
I'm just going to do
Doesn't
Hollow
matter to
one.
me.
It also kind of makes. I'm also going to make it towards a statement.
Alright.
So Easley is going to press his hands together and say out loud, "Dear great Apollo, please smite down this one who tries to break your holy words." And I'm going to call in the favor for Apollo.
The coin disappears. A beam of light goes, yeet! And that guy is ash as his, his dragon or his monster core falls on the ground. You'll have to pay for the awning the light burned through, but yeah.
I'm going to walk over and pick it up and turn back to Ming. I'm like, "This is for the awning."
She gives you a smile like, nice one, kid. You'll have to deal with the Queen of Jewels now, but you know what? That was that was fun to watch. Keep it.
All right.
You're gonna
you.
actually, if you don't give that back, the Queen of Jewels is gonna be really pissed.
That's nice. I'm not going to plan to stay in this town much longer.
You're gonna want to end up giving that back to her or their agents at some point before you leave, or you're gonna have an enemy you really don't want.
I suggest we
unless
just
you make a
leave.
deal for it.
Over the Codal Gem?
Mm-hmm. The Codal's Monster Core.
We'll see. I'm sure somebody will come soon.
I suggest we leave it in his ash pile.
Now, some other wanderer by will come and pick it up, and then
Then it's our fault.
Then it's your fault. Yeah.
We'll keep it and take care of it.
Don't worry about the awning. That was actually fun to watch. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Maybe we bring him to the temple and he cleanses himself of his arrogance.
He's a dragon?
What? Codals are
dragon's arrogance grows as they get older.
No. Is a Codal a dragon? I don't know.
They're
like out of game. I don't know.
Technically,
we just had that
not,
talk.
but yes, but not, but yes.
Phil would probably know. He's got maxed out dragon.
They have the equivalent of dragon's arrogance.
Okay.
Which is no less strong than a dragon's.
And I'm going to look at everyone like, I actually want to visit the temple here.
Which one?
Oh, I'm going to go visit the temple of Ziki.
Okay. In the town, in the very middle, they have a the Pantheon Temple, which has all of the gods with their own little alcoves. But there are individual temples that you can go to.
Yes, I've been to
Unfortunately, there's not the full complement.
Yes.
Because Ziki doesn't have a lot of people who have full temples for him, because he makes it so freaking hard to build a temple.
Yes, if I remember correctly, he does has an alcove in the main temple.
Yes, unfortunately, in Balgreasy, he only has an alcove.
Do you want me to bring the gem? I mean, the monster core back to this Queen of
Jewels.
I don't know where she's at, and it's going to be a bit of a difficult time to find her. I think she's probably going to send an agent after us. If she's going to want it back.
There's a hyena bang of kind of a chuckle, and there's a were hyena just like, that was funny. Sorry, that was funny.
Yes, I'm going to turn to them. I'm assuming you're agents of the Queen of Gems?
No. No. Sorry. No. Let's just say we like to be a thorn in people who are trying to stir the pot.
And the Queen is trying to stir the pot?
Some would say, yeah. Now, I'll make it worth your while. You give us that gem, and we'll make sure that this person, this pot stirrer does not know of what you did. It wasn't you. And, well, sorry. You're on your merry way and no one bothers you.
The problem becomes then we still owe her money. Or at least
No,
she
no, no,
thinks
no,
we
no,
do.
no, no, no. No, it's all good. Just, they don't know you got it. Right? As long as they
Yes.
have no one to tie it to you to get to find the money, you're fine. You got the magic removed. You just gotta fence it real quick, you know?
This is
I know
true.
a fence.
Don't worry. I'm gonna make sure it's properly donated to ZP.
That's a bad idea. Sorry. Bad idea.
No, I think it's a proper idea.
Neither best option. No, I'm not gonna approach you about it. I'm not gonna force your hand on it. I'm a talking fellow. Sorry. It's best you hand it off to someone who wants to contest this person, or hand it off, I don't recommend, back to the person.
Good option is to keep it.
It makes neither group allied with you or want to help you.
And why should I ally with either group?
Well, you just came out of Ming's shop. Sorry. Means you got money. Means you got connections. Things to trade. I'm part of a very powerful and about to grow, well beyond what it used to be, a business alliance. A lot of goods, a lot of wealth, a lot of things. A lot of things. You seem to be a bunch of folks sorry, who like things, right? Like stuff?
We
Money?
like things and stuff.
Right. And my group happens to be specialists in getting things. And having them as a friend gets you discounts and favors and connections and, well, all the good stuff. And none of the violence. Sorry. No violence. None of this strong arming. It's all, he kind of scratches his head behind his ear like, ooh, yeah, sorry. I think my boss called it business acumen. I don't know what an acumen is. Sounds like a pepper. But it's all them business people. Be good at that, the commerce stuff. That's what they do.
Going, guys.
Now this other person, the pot stirrer. Sorry. They don't like us. They want to stop the peaceful trade. They want the violence. They want blood to flow in the streets. They want the Monstre way to rule supreme. The mighty, through force and violence, all right, and take what's theirs. And businesses, only those the strong may have.
I see.
That is your opponent, and they are very strong, and they are very, very bloodthirsty. Sorry.
Me?
Hmm?
What do you think of this politics?
Look, either way I do business. Because my class and my job are related to what I do. I mean, people buy my things because I am strong. I will still do business, but I also adapt to my surroundings. If only the strong and the really wealthy can do business with me, my prices are going to go up. But also my availability of stuff goes up because not a lot of people are buying. So, all that rare shit that everyone always asks for, that I shouldn't have in stock because it's so difficult to get a hold of, I'll more likely have it. But prices go up because I got to make ends meet. And also, I like to sit on my giant pile of money every time I go to bed.
Are you sure you're not a dragon?
No, I'm a merchant.
Nah.
I'm worse than a dragon. Dragon's got nothing on me.
So my opinion is that I think we should give it to this hyena.
Yeah. Well, hyena folk.
The reason that is because I like interconnections and people that want to destroy bonds, especially when it's between different species. Even if I, hate adventurers.
To give you a little understanding, I think I already told you, but the pot stirrer likes to stomp on the weak.
Yes.
That's just my opinion.
Sorry. So.
So.
Choice is yours.
Is the choice ours, though?
Mm-hmm. If you say no, I'll just walk away. You see, the group that I work for, paid to work for, they don't like the violence stuff. So we're not gonna strong arm you, not physically. It's all about a different battlefield. No violence, though. You always, at the end of the day, keep your life.
I see.
And it's always good to have a vast network of friends.
And how about this? If you're proposing friendship, unlike this current one, who's approached with violence, I will give you the winged serpents gem.
Hold on. My boss's boss wants to meet you. If you're willing to hand over the gem.
I will meet him, but after I tend to my duties at the temple.
Of course. Perhaps they can meet you there.
That would be lovely.
Hmm.
I'm sure he
Okay.
would not break a deal in front of Zeke.
He kind of pulls out his collar more than normal. Sorry. Of course not. You must respect the gods.
Yeah.
He'll see you there. As he kind of slinks away into the crowd. Then he just kind of rolls the shotgun through the strap over her shoulder. Well, this will be interesting. Have a good time. Come back when you want to buy my things.
Always.
Miss Susie, in 1 month,
Yes.
maybe with an extra 24-hour, give or take, it'll be here.
Okay. Do you know how long it
Um,
takes to grow these? Because I do. So.
I don't know. But
Okay.
um,
So will you trust that when I have it ready, I'll prepare it for you?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's in the signed contract. That's why I didn't put a timer on it, because I know not to rush an artisan.
Thank you.
Because if I rush you, well, do you have the power to make plants grow faster?
This kind.
Well, as long as it's done right, because quality is the most important thing. So,
Oh, let me know if you want to buy mushrooms sometimes too.
as long as they're really rare stuff.
Yeah. One of a kind from me.
Really rare stuff. Like magic potency, size of magical item, basic mushrooms.
Okay.
Look, my master Ing, he'll buy that stuff from you. Even mundane stuff. He always finds a customer for it. That's just, I don't know how he does it. So, but me, I'm all about quality. The higher the quality and the rarer the object is, that's my specialty. I am always able to find that really, really rare client that wants the item and, most importantly, can afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, thank you for doing business with me today. I hope to see you guys again soon. Thank you for shopping at Mings. And always come back to buy my things. And the door closes. And the toad, he kind of looks at you guys through the crack of the door. You guys behave now. Don't go around destroying people's shops, you hear? We work hard to build these. As he kind of mumbles to himself and closes the door.
All right, the temple.
Yeah, you guys go to the temple.
Eatsley is going to go to Zeki's section and like kind of spruce it up.
Okay.
Make sure it's
Grimald,
nice.
who do you
Yep.
do? You want to follow one of the two entities, because they do split up? Do you want to follow the Fat Man, or do you want to follow the Rakshasa?
I mean, as far as I can tell, my target is not Ross. So I don't think I want to face him in direct combat.
Yeah, it's a very powerful caster.
Yeah, so I think the play is really just to figure out how to frame the murder on him at this point.
But also, you did find out he's a very powerful caster.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about how I could weave that into what I do, but why? Sure.
You might have to enlist help or do an evolution. It's pretty tough. Very curious. All right. We're gonna do one quick last piece conversation, and then we're gonna call it here. Zeke, what are you doing at Zeke's temple?
Eatsley is essentially making sure Zeki's temple is nice. I know there's the
Somebody has
janitor.
swept recently and
Yes,
made
the
sure it's
janitor.
nice and proper, but it's not shown the same love as all of the other ones. Somebody has left a book, though,
Interesting.
on the eve. Just like somebody dipped into a bookshop, bought a book, left it here in its wrapping with the twine still around it on the offering shelf. It's not like Gaia's or Apollo's, which is just filled to the brim. Like Apollo's, that's a theft like problem. His thing is filled with so many like gold and jewel encrusted icons.
Mhm.
Like people are trying to find a place to put their offering. It almost spills out of his alcove. But for Zeke, somebody just left a single book.
Interesting.
Happy birthday.
Taylor, is it your
I'm not
birthday?
allowed.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy
Birthday.
Yeah, this fucker's now older than me again.
Nice.
Eh,
Matt, yours is coming up, though.
No, don't tell me. Stop it.
You got less than a month now.
Shh. I
Yeah,
revel
literally a month, isn't it,
in the
Matt?
fact that you are older than me. Briefly.
that's
Don't
all
ruin
that
these 4
matters.
weeks. Don't ruin these 4 weeks for me.
That's all that matters, right?
That's all that matters.
I was gonna say Easter would like see what the book is, not like destroy the wrapping or anything.
It's completely wrapped
Okay,
with wax paper and twine.
interesting. I would know
It-
that shouldn't wait. Would I know that I shouldn't open this, right?
Mm-hmm. It's not for you.
But he's gonna like spruce up the place, make it look nicer,
It-
shinier.
That's you polishing the stone. Everything's been swept and washed down, but you literally have to polish the stone.
Yeah, and
And
he
that
said
type of vanity is not necessary for Zeke.
I understand. Like it's not necessary for Ziggy, and he's very mundane. He's not gonna make it like Apollo nice.
His
But it's
literally reflects light.
Yeah.
It's so strong. So well polished.
not like that, but like not like overly dirty either, you know?
Well, there's not even dirt at all. Somebody
Okay.
has washed it properly.
And he will
Looks like somebody comes by and dusts to get rid of the sand and then washes down the alcove every day.
because I know he doesn't have a priest here, he only has a janitor.
Well, there's it's a pantheon temple.
Yeah.
There's a lot of priests actually. The priests at the temple are not allowed to worship one entity. They are the pantheon's priests. They are servants of all the gods, and they take care of the alcoves, of the offerings, everything.
Okay.
There is over 100 priests, and there are 3 high priests.
After that, Eatsley will just pray and leave an offering for him.
As you turn around, as you finally do your thing, there's a tiger person with the most wonderful, ostentatious, colorful, and expensive clothing and jewels you've ever seen. And those golden green glowing emerald eyes trying to stare you guys down.
Ah, you must be the other.
Pleasure to meet you.
Extend my hand.
Magic seed? Or for a magic seed? Sure. I am an entrepreneur of this fine city, and I hear you have a difficult choice to make.
I do.
Can I assist in the decision-making process?
I am more than willing to hear you out, as the last person decided to threaten me.
We will do no such thing. That's not our way. You see, the Trade Alliance, who I am staunchly and heavily a part of, focuses on the exchange of goods, all the while manipulating the humans into poor deals. You see, we have a vast control of the continent's wealth. and the humans desperately need it. But they do have quite a bit of technological advancements, research, knowledge, and of course a monopoly on a couple of resources a lot of our can find value in. And so we trade. And that is the whole point, is becoming wealthy.
I see.
And we have a lot of patrons who thoroughly enjoy wealth. Do you like wealth?
I do.
Our opponents, and I will say it, an obstinately worthy opponent, dangerously worthy opponent.
What makes her obstinate?
They're a conqueror. They seize things. They don't treat or entreaty with those who are weaker than them, unless it's to facilitate their own purposes. They don't entreat with others unless they have the same ideology as them, which is trample the weak, the strong rule. And what the strong claim is theirs.
A beholder?
No, Gorgon. And not a weak one. I've seen it kill an elder dragon.
So
It used to be part of our alliance, but that was centuries ago. That was when we were carving away the space for our city and we had to defend it from all fronts. That was a time of unity. Time of prosperity, but uncertainty. But now we've successfully found peace, and our trade is growing in power. Well, they're sitting there, and they don't like peace. The wealthy should be the strong, and the weak should have nothing to do with it. But I find that you don't need to be physically strong. You don't need to be capable of immense amounts of violence and power to be powerful in business. But to this individual, might is right. If you can't win in a fight, you're not strong.
as is our ways.
As is our ways.
Though, as our origins dictate, we can also adapt and change.
Absolutely. And it makes me glad to hear you say that, because I find many, many worthy opponents in the cerebral arena. Sometimes even humans are worthy of my effort on that arena. And I find more stimulation from that type of conflict than the physical, you know? I still want to hunt my prey. I still want to win and crush those beneath my boots. But I don't want to do it with violence. I've done that in the past, and I tire of it. And it's the cerebral combat that's what excites me.
I agree.
But
And
the
there are
Queen of
humans out
Jewels revels in bloodshed. And will do anything in its power to stop our progress.
I have seen her vanity, calling herself the Queen of Jewels. What do you
She's earned
call
it.
yourself?
They've earned it. They've truly earned it.
They may have earned it, but it does not, no less, show their vanity.
Of course.
What do they
Vanity
call
no
you?
less than that of a dragon's or a genie's.
And what do they call you?
I am Ross, the trickster.
Hmm.
And yes, that immediately changes the entirety of the tone of our conversation. Everything I just said goes into question. I'm no longer trustworthy.
I am not sure of that. I think you're just. I feel like you have been honest to this point. You
Glad
feel
you
that
think that way.
the best way to earn my trust right now, which is your true goal, also what I hold upon me.
Well, I have two objectives. I want that gem, and I want you to partake of our alliance. Which means either you're prey to the alliance's means, or you prey upon the alliance. Which means we take all your money, or you take our money. That's the way it goes. There's winners and there's losers. And I'm a very good winner.
This is true. I can tell.
And I can smell it on you. You and your family. You're not continental wealthy, but you are very wealthy.
Thank you.
Not in gold or aether, but in singular items you are wealthy. Consider it a trait that I've picked up over my long life.
This is
Oh,
true.
it's like a tingly sensation in the nose. You are not without means. I would love to invite you to our little club. But of course, as he points at the gem, it requires a little bit of trust to get in. Or you can support the, the instigator, the conqueror, the violence, the agitator. If you like blood and revel in it, might makes right, as is our way.
I am not interested in that. But and they did attack me first.
Right.
I am not one to enjoy that.
Isn't that so uncivilized?
Of course, I have half a mind to take this gem back to the dungeon and have it reborn.
You know what? Actually, I'll support that.
And why would you support
That is a giant. What's the human term? Fuck you.
It would be.
Huh? Is your lord enough powerful enough to claim such a beast?
Yes.
I would very much like to meet them if you arrange a meeting, and then perhaps during that meeting we can sign an alliance.
Unfortunately, if we sign an alliance, we would have to inform another alliance members of ours, and they might not agree to it. If I'm being honest.
He kind of his ears twitch a little bit, and you're already part of an alliance. Would you be willing to make an introduction?
I want to step into like the area, Ziki's area proper, and come.
Well, kind of give you a quizzical look, but follow you in.
Like, I will share this knowledge with you under Ziki's eyes, so you know that it is fair and honest.
Alright.
But let us not lie to each other.
I am a trickster.
And this is why you're here. So, we are currently in alliance with the Bank of Sands.
Oh, the pinnacle of wealth in the desert itself.
Yes.
Interesting.
And As you can tell, we are all rich in items. I'm a VIP holder within the bank.
You're just the people I want to associate with. People with deep pockets.
This is
And
true.
people who aren't afraid to throw wealth at a problem. I got the report of what you did. Eyes on. A favor token?
Yes.
If that is not an expression of wealth and power, I don't know what is. That's why I reached out through my agent to ask you for a meeting. You've intrigued me with such a display of power and wealth.
So,
Would you be willing to extend an invitation from your lord to converse with me and, if possible, a conversation with your alliance members? I'd also wish to extend them the opportunity of great wealth through our trade agreement with the humans. And I know the Bank of Sands is
very
always looking for
anti-human.
more profit.
I'm willing to extend an invitation, and an invitation only is what I will offer.
Hmm.
But as you are a trickster, I am sure you're able to incentivize the dungeon and our alliance.
It'll be up to you, your family, and your lord's ability to do business.
Yes.
That is the only promise I can give you. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to do said business. This will be very exciting, I think. And if we're all on our toes and ready for what's to come, I don't think there is any limit to the amount of money we can make.
This is true.
Woe to be those who aren't able to keep up, for they will be the ones paying us.
We are about to return to our home. I'm sure as an avid businessman, you would have no problem returning with us.
We'll make preparations for departure and travel. Tell me where I need to go and I'll be there. Oh, this is very fun. I will go make the preparations. Thank you for the conversation. Keep the gem. It's actually far more amusing for you to do what you plan to do with the gem than what I had planned. Oh, this is actually rather exciting.
I'm gonna
Farewell. As he
farewell.
leaves the alcove, walks off. And we'll cut it there. That is it. You schemers. Look at you go. And I love the dichotomy. One of you is like, murder, death, kill, violence, power of the strong. I'm gonna frame this fucker. And then you guys, the other part of you guys are like, oh yeah, we're gonna do some business stuff. We're gonna be rich as fuck. We will see who wins. Or maybe you guys come up with a hybrid solution, or I don't know. This is actually really exciting.
Whatever you need. The clear option is to play both sides and take Belgreasy for ourselves.
You know what? I can see you guys doing that. I love this. I love Sunday's game. It's such a wild ride. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys. I know you stuck around. Million, I know you stuck around for another 30 minutes. Appreciate it.
I'm just walking to my destination with my phone, man.
Yeah. Well, we are done with our thing. I know there's so many seeds. I will get back to you on that. That's a lot of seeds, Johnny. Actually, a lot of rolls, dude. That's a lot of stuff, dude. We'll get back to you.
Yeah. You guys have a good one. Peace.
Bye bye. Taylor. Johnny.
What up?
Yeah. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
If you want to do a thing, or you want me to Venmo you some money for some liquor on me, let me know. We'll do it. Thank you for playing. This has gotten very interesting. We've entered a little bit of a dichotomy, and I'm kind of intrigued where it's going to go.
Yeah, looking forward to next game. I'll see you guys later. I gotta go to do birthday stuff with the fam.
Thank you for playing.
No problem, guys. I'll see you soon.
Bye bye.
Take care.